Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? See if this is working correctly. Everything is just kind of locking up on my computer today for some reason. No display data. Oh boy. All right, let's take down YouTube and bring it. See if that fixes the issue. There we go. We got it. We figured it out. Hey, what's going on, Vor? How you doing, bud? All right. So, I don't even know where to go with this whole thing. But the wizard is just awful. It's just an awful, awful class. It was one of the worst classes before, and now it might be the worst class in the game currently. It's in a very bad place. Let me open up this spreadsheet. Maybe. I created a spreadsheet. So anybody playing a wizard right now, I very much feel for you because it is awful. Like I don't even have the words to describe how bad this class is right now. Like 53 damage. Like what? I don't even understand. I don't understand what they were thinking with these things. It's such an awful class. Like they gave you one ice spike at level 44 and then one fire spike at level 56. Like, and then a greater ice spike at 56, which let me even see these. This is a level 56 for 215 mana, 646 fire damage. And this is 646 fire for 215 mana. Like, why? 3.5 second cast time. They're literally the exact same spell, but this one has the added movement slow to it for 3 seconds, right? And this one doesn't. So, why? Why? Well, why are they the exact same spell at level 56? But fire damage versus cold. That's literally the only difference. That, and then you add in, you look at like these things. This is another big blunder. Big blunder is this right here. So Ice Blast, 106 damage, right? Okay, it starts at level 16. It doesn't scale. This one doesn't scale at all. Then you have this one that starts to scale, level 28. So it goes from here to here, and it scales damage. But then you look at this one, and it also scales damage. But if you look at all of these things, you find the mana efficiency ratio. That's what most people are going to care about, is the ratio. This one is more mana efficient than this one until you get to like level like 48 or something. Let me see. I didn't do all the math, but this one is like less mana efficient until you're doing like 650 damage with it. Then you would want to switch to this one. So when you get this spell at level 40, it's just a worse spell. It literally just a worse spell. Like there's zero thought throughout this whole thing. I feel like, and I hate to say that because I don't want to hurt people's feelings or anything, but sometimes feelings need to be hurt so that they understand that they did a terrible job. Like, I don't know what to say. If you check out the deep dive thread, Jahar is cherry picking the positive post to reply and keeps saying, since int scales so much better than damage is way better. It's not, though. It's not. That's the problem. Is I understand that int it plays a factor in there, but int just increases the damage that it's done, right? So if the efficiency is complete garbage in the first place, the efficiency is garbage in the first place. It's just bad. The entirety of the thing is just bad. Like I could put in some spells and we can mess with it, but it's the whole thing is just bad. Not to mention they forgot to take out Flames of Eth, which is broken. For those that don't know, this is completely busted. Because this is level 50, level 58, technically. Right? This one is level 60. This one has less mana cost, less cast time. It says this one does less damage than this one, but guess what? It doesn't. This one does way more damage. I need to... Let's look at something. Let's look at that damage scaling you're talking about. And we're going to do it with a 142 intelligence. So let's take away... Let's just take away the Spell Catalyst and the Fireball. We'll do Ice Blast and Greater Ice Blast. Let's try it. I'm just curious, because if that's supposed to be the case, so if we take this Desert Bat and we do Ice Blast on it at level 60, we do 726 damage. So it went up by however much. 726 damage at level 60, and that costs us 177 mana. So let's get our calculator. 726 divided by 177 equals, so you're getting 4.1 damage per mana, right? 4.1 damage per mana. If we take the next level up with the Greater Ice Blast, let's see how much that one does. This is at level 60, by the way. So that does 1,197 damage. Okay, so now let's go back to our calculator, which I probably shouldn't have closed it, but I did. 1197 divided by 272 equals 4.4. So you're doing 0.3 damage more for this spell. 0.3. And that's at level 60. So when they're both capped at the maximum amount of efficiency, you're getting 0.3 damage more. And then if we do exceptional, yeah, I can show you the glyph system here in a second. We do exceptional. So let's look at the exceptional, right? So let's find another rat. We'll cast exceptional. See how much damage it does. $1846. Okay, so... oops, shoot. Hey, we need to get the mana cost here. 1846 divided by 442 equals less mana efficient. Oh my God. Why? So why would your higher level spell be less mana efficient than the lower level spell? Why? You're still nuking for 1900 damage? Okay, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant, right? The amount of damage you're doing is irrelevant in this situation. We're talking about just the mana efficiency. Why is a level 40 spell more mana efficient than the level 52 version of the same exact spell? Makes no sense. 0 sense. Then we look at what you were just saying, Pity, the volleys, right? This one is just mind-boggling. So we have arcane volley, arcane volley, arcane volley, and then randomly a fire volley out of nowhere, and then an arcane volley, fire volley, arcane volley, fire volley, right? Cool. Here's where it gets crazy. This one is 6 damage for 2 hits. This one is 6 damage for 3 hits. So we gain 1 additional hit. Okay, so it's a little bit better. This one is 11 damage for 3 hits. So we gain a little bit more damage. 3 hits. This one is 9 damage for 3 hits. And look at this. Cost more mana. 5 more mana. 2 less damage per hit. So a total of 6 less damage. And it's higher level. Why? Then you go up to this one. Oh, finally we're getting 11 damage again 4 times. And it costs 10 more mana than the 3-hit one. Like, and then you have 2 of them, by the way. 2 of them at this right here that are the exact same. The arcane volley's 14 damage 5 times for 50 mana. The exceptional fire volley is 14 damage 5 times for 50 mana. But you get this one 4 levels later. 4 levels higher, and you do the same damage. Like, come on, guys. This is ridiculous. This was a terrible blunder of an update. Terrible blunder of an update for Wizards. Different resist type, don't care. Do not care in the least. These are like coping mechanisms for people that are like, oh, it's a different resist type. I don't care. You're going to use what's doing the most damage. Unless they actually like adjust resist types on all these different mobs and make it where it's a big difference, it's not going to matter. But that's just the volleys, right? That's just the volleys. But we just talked about the Ice Blast. Why is this one at level 52 less efficient than this one at level 40? Same exact spell line. Same exact spell line. So it's not a difference in resist. It's literally just less efficient. Period. Why? No reason for that. You can also look at these right here. Flash of lightning. This is a minor issue, but it still, proves to me that people didn't double check their work. Lesser flash of lightning is this icon, but then flash of lightning and greater flash of lightning and exceptional flash of lightning are all the ice icons. I mean, it's simple. It's silly, right? That's a silly thing to complain about. But come on. Did you even look at the spells in the spell book? Did we even attempt to confirm that we did our work correctly? Like, like, what the heck, dude? This was such a blunder of an update. And I know that people they come to me and they're like, oh, Criddle's going to destroy this. Yeah, this is why I destroy these games. And I talk about them so poorly. Like, this update has made me lose faith in their response to feedback. Absolutely. Absolutely. This wizard update alone, I'm just like, what? This has made me absolutely lose faith in the dev team for now. Like, they've got to make some changes here. Like, we have to see some changes. This is terrible. So, yeah, the damage scaling, I will say, is better. The damage scaling is definitely better with intelligence. You get more damage out of your intelligence. Sure. But holy moly, man. I also don't understand why we don't get a spike spell until level 44. And then we only get 3 of them. Am I missing one? Or 2 or 5? Because I feel like I'm missing one. Because these 2 are the exact same level with the exact same damage. Literally, they're the exact same spell. The only difference is fire versus cold. Which you could make an argument in this case, fire versus cold, with the resist rates. Because this is supposed to be a low resist spell. And, you know, oh, okay, I'm going to cast this one on something that is an ice type of creature, and I'm going to cast this one on something that is a fire type creature. I could see you making that argument since they're the exact same level. But ultimately, what are people going to cast? They're not going to cast this. They're going to cast this. Right? You would imagine. But mana efficiency wise, I don't know. Like, I don't know. The wizard class change made me think there was a reason they took the class from 1 from EQ. Well, I mean, the ideas here are good, right? Well, this idea, these are bad. The ideas of the glyphs are good. I like that idea, but the upgrade, right? How we upgrade our abilities is just like, what? So, like, you get this at level 16. What do you get at level 1? Flash of Ice? Yeah, so you get Flash of Ice at level 1, which scales, by the way, up to level 6. Then you get this Flash of Ice, which no longer scales anymore. But it only does 2 more damage. 2. From level 6 to level 12 for double the mana cost. Now, let's put that into perspective by actually equipping these 2 spells. Leaving my intelligence. This is for a level 60 caster with 142 intelligence. And let's see what the damage difference actually is at level 60. So that does, well, got resisted. 20 damage. And then this one is doing 34 damage. So you double the mana cost without doubling the damage. So it's again, this spell up to this spell is just not an upgrade. It's less mana efficient. You might as well just cast this one. Were there any changes to the Necro besides Lull Undead? No changes to Necro yet. That's not one of the spell or the classes that was updated. Did they say they were adding another port to that region? Should have just waited. So the port situation, I'm not concerned with. You know, it's annoying. Sure, it's annoying that the Wizard loses its port to Evershade Weld, but that kind of emphasizes the Druid getting a port over there. So it's like cool for the Druid getting a port over there. Wizard gets 3 ports to these other locations. You know, it's fine. Like I don't mind that. Wizard should port to Wizard Spires, and that doesn't bother me that much. Like I don't mind them taking that away. I mean, I know it feels bad for people when they lose a spell, but like this is a blunder, absolute blunder. To me, it's like they kept boasting about we're doing this internal testing. What testing was done on the Wizard? Like who actually logged in and played the Wizard in a live setting with these changes? Anybody? Like I feel like nobody did. Just crazy to me, man. Crazy. Like, what's the difference in these two? You got Burst of Magic, and then you have Burst of Lightning. So this is just different. Crazy to me that they nerfed Wizard damage when we were already bad spot in a group against physical damage classes. Yeah, exactly. Like, I you know, like the nerfing the damage, sure. I can even accept the nerfing of the damage because maybe that's the scaling that they're trying to get to. You know, the Wizard is going to be underpowered while they fix all the other classes and get in the updates for the other classes, and then they're going to adjust everybody accordingly. I'm not even worried right now about the amount of damage that the Wizard does. It's bad. It's worse than it was before, which is bad, which is really bad, but I'm not even worried about that. I'm worried about how the upgrades don't feel like upgrades, period. They just don't. You get a new spell up, 12 levels later, and you wouldn't even use it for another, 8 levels because it's not an upgrade. Similar complaints with the Archer. Sniper Blind did not work. There are ingredients that are not in the game. I'm sure they will go and fix once testing with the population as questions. Well, that's the problem, right? That's the issue. Why did we wait so long to put this into the population and let us test it to tell you how bad it is? They kept doing internal testing, which is kind of the issue, right? So if we go to monstersandmemories.com and you actually read their class updates for this stuff, they say in here many times, we've done internal testing, and right here, today we're looking at the Wizard. We've already completed the work and are testing their new kit internally. We are trying to iron out some bugs and oddities before bringing it to the beta servers, but even then, it's inevitable that we'll learn something new when it gets into the hands of thousands of players. Expect iteration. Okay, so cool. That's great. But the problem is, this shouldn't be new stuff. Like, this is just literal. Some of this stuff that I'm talking about is literally like very first impressions for anybody that plays a Wizard. I saw this stuff last night. I logged in for like an hour last night, messing around, trying to buy the spells and get everything, organized and all that. And I just instantly was like, what? Like, it just didn't make sense. It just didn't make sense. I don't get it. Like, you look at the firestorms and ice storms and stuff. You don't even get this to level 40. I haven't really messed around with these enough, but 23 damage at level 40. At level 40? Like, geez Louise, man. Absolute just wow. While we're waiting for the servers to come back up, so yeah, Atomic Frog posted this. Like, I'm just curious. Let's find where they responded to stuff. Like, I hate to be mean, but everyone just skip over incantations. We'll talk about the incantations in a minute. Once we can get back in. Five slots, 36 abilities. I found 32, by the way. Did anybody else actually find all 36 abilities? Have they fixed buffs not working through zones? I don't know. I didn't play enough yesterday to even test that. But maybe that's what this update is that they're doing right now. Let me find their announcements, and then we'll come back to this thread here in a second. Server restart patch. Fix buffs dropping while zoning. There you go. Fix beast pets having NPC abilities based on their class. That would be broken. Fix PvP FFA status according to occurring unexpectedly. So, yeah, some issues there getting looked at. But let's go back to this. A case of trying to reinvent the wheel or just bad implementation. Bad implementation. Very bad implementation. Absolute garbage implementation. Like, you guys know me. I don't sugarcoat it. This was bad. Like, this is one of the worst things that I've seen this dev team do. I don't even, I really, like, I was at a loss for words last night trying to explain this and just trying to, like, can I come up with a constructive criticism feedback post for this blunder? Can I do that? And I couldn't. I literally was just like, there's too many issues. There's too many problems with it. Like, I would just be like a list of just, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem. This is, like, it would just be a list of bad things. I imagine they're very busy, overworked, and underpaid. The rate that they're putting out content is insane. Some things will be overlooked. It's not, dude, you guys, come on, guys. Come on. Some things can be overlooked. Some things, yes. There were way too many overlooked problems with the wizard. Just straight up bad. Like, I don't even know what to say. How do you feel about the TTK changes? I mean, I haven't messed with them enough yet. To be honest with you, I've heard that the increase in health pool is pretty massive. For me personally, I want them to increase that health pool. I want the TTK to go way up. I do. And it's going to slow the game down. It's going to push people into groups more so than trying to solo. So I'm on board with the TTK changes. I haven't had a chance to actually get in and test them yet, but I am on board with those, and I hope they continue to do those. Hey, what's going on, Gorebound? How you doing? It is real. The wizard is real bad, yes. Monk still only goes to 12. Nothing worked on Monk at all. Well, the Monk wasn't one of the changes that was made. So we only got 4 class updates with this class update. Only 4 out of the 18. So we have to wait for the others to come in. Server down for an update. Yeah, they're doing a quick patch thing, something, I don't know. It's back up. So let's get back on the wizard and continue to, I don't know, see what's going on with it. I mean, it's just bad. Some like TTK in the low 20s, the same. Yeah. Or seems like the TTK in the low 20s the same. Well, I don't think it's ramping up that quickly, but it may be. I don't know. I haven't messed with it. Listening to you, there's ways to table upgrades to keep them clean, even though there's a lot of them. It's not difficult to implement. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Just tuning in. What's so bad about the wizard now? There's too many things to name. Pairing TTK changes with the same patch where they gave wizards wet noodles to throw at enemies. Even it does. I'm sure it does feel even worse. Yeah. Seems like nobody is happy with their class updates. Well, I'm gonna mess around with the spell blade at some point. Maybe today. Maybe we'll make one and try it out. But I mean, it's gonna be level 1, so I don't know how it's gonna feel. All the damage ratios are insanely low. Exactly, Quackums. That's the problem with it. That's the issue with the wizard. The biggest issue is the damage ratios, the efficiency of the wizard. So, like, who said it a minute ago? Like, some things are bound to happen and some mistakes are going to happen. Yeah, we're all human. Mistakes are going to happen. Here's a human mistake right here where you have an icon for the flash of lightning that looks like a lightning bolt. And then you have another icon for flash of lightning that looks like an icicle. And then another one for flash of lightning that's another icicle. And then another one for flash of lightning that's an icicle. That's a human mistake, right? This is just somebody put in the wrong graphic for the icon. Human mistake. Hey, bug report. You put in the wrong icon for the lightning spell. You may want to look at that and fix it. Cool. That's a simple mistake. But when you have spells that, like these Ice Blast, where every time you level up to the new tier, it's less mana efficient, why would you ever cast the new tier when you get it? Ever? There's just no reason for it. And in fact, there's zero reason to cast the final tier, the level 52 Ice Blast spell, over the level 40 Ice Blast spell, because the level 41 is the most mana efficient one there is. Zero reason to cast it. Let's check Fireball, because I didn't check Fireball before we logged out. So Fireball does... Here, let's do Fireball and Greater Fireball. Bye, have fun. Okay, so Fireball is going to do... Let's see how much damage. And then we'll do Greater Fireball on this rat. So 1,539 damage for Fireball. And then we'll do Greater Fireball does 1,887 damage. Seems like Fireball is going to be the more mana efficient one here too. All right, so let's go back here. And we go to Calculator. So we are looking at 1,539. Oh, shoot. I forgot to get the mana costs. So we'll pop this up. And we'll pop this one up. Okay, so we got 1,589 divided by 282. That's doing 5.4 mana or damage per mana. And this one is 1,887 divided by 450. 450. Less mana efficient. So your level 48 fire spell is more mana efficient than your level 60 fire spell. There's no reason to upgrade. Zero reason to upgrade to the level 60. When you go from 48, you go up 12 levels and you don't want to cast the new spell. Coming to the bank? Okay. I understand what they were trying to do in some cases. What baffles me is the AoE are not usable at all. So why even give us... yeah, that's another issue. Is mana efficiency more important than DPS, though? Yes. Absolutely. The whole point was to make things more mana efficient on the wizard. What is this? Oh, nice. Heck yeah, dude. Don't throw it away? No, I won't. I'm going to actually put it in the bank because I'll probably give that to Criddle. So we're going to put it in there. So, yeah, mana efficiency is far more important for the leveling process, for leveling up, right? And then you get to level 60, and the mana efficiency, it goes down, but it's still more important than DPS, because once you run out of mana, guess what happens to your DPS? 0. 0 DPS once you hit level 60, or once you run out of mana. So why make a spell or 12 levels different, from 48 to 60, and the mana efficiency goes down? It's pretty obvious when strong fundamental math skills are missing on a game dev. Yeah. Which is what I've been saying for a while in this game, is they need to look at their numbers. They are way off. Their balancing has been just bad for a very long time. Somebody needs to look at whoever's doing their balancing and say, hey, did you take high school math? I would say high school math, maybe middle school math now, because I know that I'm being harsh here, guys. I know that I am, and I'm doing that on purpose. I'm trying to make a very strong point, and I think I've made that. So yeah, and a much longer cast time on top of that. Yeah, like this is a 5-second cast time, and this is a 6.5 second cast time. So 1.5 second cast higher to do less mana efficient damage. So why would you ever use this? I would rather use this spell, the Fireball spell, which is way more mana efficient. Way more mana efficient. I don't even know where to go with this stuff. Like when I was looking at this last night, I was just like, did you test this? Does Wizard have any other utility DPS of sort aside from just pure nukers? Else, yeah, it would be poopy if it burns mana more than needed. I mean, they do, yeah, they have that. So like your ice spells have a snare built into them, 25% snare. All of the ice spells do. So literally any ice spell that you cast will do that. The lightning spells have an interrupt built into them. But here's the other thing. These lightning spells, right? They overwhelm your target with Surge of Lightning, dealing 84 to 135 damage. This is level 24. So let's find an equivalent level 24. This one's 28. So here's the thing. Which would you rather use? More efficient Ice Blast spell? Like, you're never going to cast the higher level lightning spells. Ever. There's no reason to cast them. Yes, they have a built-in interrupt to them. And they're a shorter cast time. Actually, these are a long cast time. I would only use the Flash of Lightning. This one right here. This is the only lightning spell that I would use. It does very little damage. It only costs 42 mana. Very little damage, but it interrupts, and it's a 1.9 cast time. Why would you ever use an upgraded Flash of Lightning? Because it's going to cost you more mana to do crappy damage just to interrupt them. Like, I would rather just use the low level one and save my mana for the higher efficiency nukes to do damage with the nukes. I would never cast one of these upgraded lightning spells, ever. Like, there's zero reason. If somebody can tell me one reason to cast this exceptional flash of lightning, I would be shocked to know. Literally, you know, no pun intended there, by the way. No pun intended. I would not be shocked. But yeah, I would be absolutely just like shocked. This is 135 damage. Now, here's another thing. Let me look at. Maybe it looks better if you cast it. They put pack speed back in the game. Oh, that's good. I'm glad they did that. Closed beta is serving almost no purpose. All of their internal testing is seemingly done in engine. Just in closed beta, reopen the alpha servers, pick like 100 people to internally test your changes. I mean, right now I agree. Like this internal testing is terrible. I haven't really said it a whole lot, but and I've said it a little bit, but their balancing team is mathematically challenged. They're mathematically challenged. What was I going to test? Oh, I was going to look at this. Okay, so Fireball, mathematically without any intelligence. So if you don't gear up, you're looking at 900 divided by 282 equals 3.1. So it scales more, right? It does scale with intelligence. It's requiring you to put points into intelligence because now I'm doing 1539. So let's get our, let's do this again. Fireball, so 282. So now we're doing 1539. 1539 divided by 282 equals. So you see how much more mana efficient it is? It basically, what it's doing is it's requiring you to get more intelligence. And the more intelligence you have gives you more damage. It's a significant boost when you get intelligence. So the issue here is, though, if you don't get intelligence, then you're going to be weaker as you gain new spells. So now I'm going to need a lot more intelligence. To be able to use my higher level spells. If I want to use greater Fireball, I have to significantly increase my intelligence. Otherwise, I should continue to use this version, this Fireball. There's no reason to use the higher level one unless you have way more intelligence. It's not easy to find int gear. It's not easy. No, it's out there, but it's not easy. Needing to be intelligent to cast higher level spells sounds thematically accurate. So the need for intelligence, yes, but should it not, when you get a new spell, should it not just be a better mana efficiency? Like it just period? Like let's just look at these, right? Well, yeah, let's just look at these. We'll skip this one because, well, no, we'll use this one. We'll look at all four of these. I mean, this is simple math. So greater Ice Blast. And then exceptional Ice Blast. We can do the math on these, right? Let's do the math on these. Without intelligence scaling, so if you get an upgrade, so you do 106 damage, 106... divided by 102. This is doing 1 damage per mana, approximately. Slightly more, right? 1.03 damage per mana. You go up, and at level 28, you get this new spell, which does 264 damage for 177 mana. So 1.4. Cool. So when you go from level 16 to level 28, you gain efficiency. Everybody's clear on that, right? We gain efficiency from the level 16 spell to level 28 spell despite intelligence. Now, as we go higher into this, we get 425 mana at level 39, or 425 damage at level 39, divided by 177, 2.4 damage. So now our efficiency continues to go up as we gain levels. Everybody still on the same page here? Cool. Let's go over here to this one now. Now, you go up from level 39 to level 40 when you actually unlock this spell, and you're doing 549 damage for the cost of 272 mana. It now goes down in efficiency. The base of the spell goes down in efficiency. That makes no sense. So now what we have to do is we have to level up more so that we get the more damage. Once we hit about 650 damage out of it, 650 divided by 272, we're getting close to the same efficiency. That means we have to go from 549 damage up 100 damage before our efficiency actually becomes better. Not looking at intelligence. Like, that's bad. Now, finally, once we get to 700 damage, right? 700 damage divided by 262. Finally, we are slightly more. This is 0.257, and what we were before was 425 divided by 177, 2.4. So from 650-ish damage to 700 damage, we gain efficiency. So only for the latter half of this spell, before we no longer need it, is when it starts to gain efficiency. Base without intelligence bonus. Then you jump up. This is where it gets really crazy too. Then you jump up to this one. You get it at level 52. 924 damage divided by 442 equals, holy moly, we lost how much efficiency here? Even our level 28 spell base is more efficient than our level 52 spell. And in fact, at level 60, because this goes up to 1080 cold damage at level 60. It doesn't say that because, again, these are the mistakes that I'm like, okay, somebody was a typo error, human mistake, it's fine. But there's so many mistakes, I don't even want to excuse that. It doesn't tell you when it becomes 1080 damage. I'm assuming level 60. But 1080 damage divided by 442 equals 2.44. So you're telling me that even my level 28 spell, 425 damage divided by 177, is only, this is only 0.04 damage per mana better from level 28 to level 60. So now people are going to say, okay, but intelligence. Cool. Let's talk about intelligence. So let's go this one. We're going to add in our 142 intelligence and check those out. Because I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about this. But let's go check it out. Like, they're trying to do some crazy things with math and it's not working. Okay, so we're going to use Ice Blast, which is this one, right? The 177. This is like the mana efficient one for most of your leveling. That one does 726 damage. And then the exceptional does... We're not even looking at the cast time yet, Kel, but yes, that is also another factor. So 1800. Okay, so let's go back over here. So factoring in intelligence, it does start to change. Oops. We can just do this. And then do this. Okay. So factoring in intelligence, we have 726 damage divided by 177 equals, so 4.1 ratio. Okay. And then 1846 divided by 442. 4.1 ratio. What was the other? Was it 4.17? It was, because that's going to be hilarious if it was the exact same. 427, or 726 divided by 177. 4.1. So it is 0.07 damage per mana higher to do exceptional blast at level 60 with 142 intelligence. And I mean, I'm not super geared, but I'm like normal geared for level 60. So the thing is, what's going on here is that damage scaling is I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. Now, you guys want to see something really crazy? This is going to blow your minds because not many people have this spell. Desert Bat. Fires of Eth. This is absolutely bonkers. 2,736 damage. Fires of Eth. They left it in the game. Why they left it in the game, I don't know. But that's the most. This is the most mana efficient. We're comparing this. This is the old spell, by the way. This is the new spell. 50 less damage. This says it does more damage than this, but let's check that. Just to compare something, like just to show some things here. The amount of damage that it says here does not matter. So this one you can clearly see Fireball does 1104. Fires of Eth does 1043 base damage. Greater Fireball is going to do 1887 damage. I'm doing 900 more damage with Fires of Eth, which has a base that is lower. 900 more damage with this spell, less mana cost, less cast time, less base damage than this spell. Fires of Eth was left in because it's an elemental spell too. Well, I'm just saying, guys, why, like, the 900 more damage for less mana cost, less... Come on, guys. They have messed up so badly on this update with the wizard. Like, this is a blunder of all blunders. It's pretty clear it's unintended for you to have that. The spell straight up says you cannot cast this. Well, I can. But that's not the point. That's not the point I'm trying to make. But this, I mean, it kind of is. This is still an elementalist spell that is currently still in the game. But it's fine. It's fine. Todd, you must have missed all the other issues that were left in. Right? That's the problem. I've named, like, I don't know, 10 different issues, and I haven't even named all of them. Like, this is just a huge blunder of an update. Like, I feel like if this were a company with, you know, a hierarchy of owners and managers and all that, people would be fired for this. At least the spell icon looks cool. Yeah, I just sat down 3 minutes ago. No, you're good, Todd. You're good. But this update has been absolute garbage. That is one of many issues with the wizard. Don't you know that you're UA team? Well, yeah, but the thing is that irritates me about that is this paragraph. Whoops, this paragraph right here, and I know you're being rhetorical there, Westmort, but this paragraph, we're testing their new kit internally. Cool. They're trying to iron out some bugs, oddities before bringing it to the beta servers. Even like come on. just got in the beta and I have no idea what class to play. Don't play Wizard. So they have redone the Wizard, Druid, Archer so far. Wizard, Druid, Archer, and Spellblade, yeah. I still have a dot that I don't have the actual spell. You cannot cast this? Yeah. You think AI could help them with this math? They don't even need to use AI. They just need a teenager. I know that's mean, guys. I know it's mean. But come on, man. This is some high school level math. At least I learned it in high school. Actually, I was probably doing division... I don't know. Maybe some of this in middle school. Like the basic division. That's what I'm talking about. Just taking this spell and this spell and dividing these numbers out just so you get the mana efficiency, you know. Played a Druid as pure healer. Feels kind of meh now. Cannot pinpoint why. Feels like I'm not using 80% of the stuff they gave us, and then they removed some stuff I actually used. Yeah. Have you expressed all this feedback to the devs directly on Discord? This could be helpful. Not yet, no, because I started to do that last night. I started to be like, hey, let's write up a post based on all this. I honestly was overwhelmed with the amount of issues that I was running into. I had no idea where to even start this conversation. I mean, I don't want to speak for Sean, but if I were Sean, I would be really upset about this. I'd be like, what are you guys doing? Like, you're putting a bunch of trust and faith into some people that have absolutely, utterly failed at an update. Anyway, let's move on from that. Let's talk about... So, we're clear... Bad update for the Wizard on damage, but let's talk about the actual catalyst. Has anybody in chat actually figured out all 36 combinations? I would love to know where 4 of them are. There's a reason there are managers in QA department. There is, yeah. It's like a group XP situation. Their math is off. It's exactly like that, Isar. Like, we've been saying that their math is off on a lot of things for a long time. Unfortunately, we can't see the formulas, but their XP on their math is off, or the XP math is off. Their armor class math, clearly the formula did not work properly, and they're saying that they're trying to fix that. So that's another issue. Now we have the Wizard math is off. How many of these formulas in the game are just wrong? That's where I'm kind of getting at with this conversation. Is like, you keep having somebody that's doing these formulas and creating these formulas, and they're just off. They're all broken. So yeah, I posted a spreadsheet of them for people today in Discord. Okay, you did. I was working them out last night, and I couldn't find several of them. So where did you post those? On the Discord? I'm freaking loving the new Wizard. Oh, geez. Fee waiver. Logging in 26 Wizards, so I have 3 glyphs. Took a minute, blah, blah, blah. Casting the glyphs. The glyph system might be okay. Need to rehire Nick so we have someone to blame. No, we have Jahar and Zilith to blame. Like, we already have somebody to blame if you want to blame somebody. I put it in general discussion. Should probably... Okay. Yeah, you should probably put it down in the Wizard stuff. But we'll find it in the general. Glyph combos. Okay, goons, cheat sheet. Thank you for doing this, by the way, because I started to do it last night and I couldn't figure out a couple of them. So Hill, Nos. Yes, Nos. So Nos, Hill. I've got some of these. I did it a different way. So Mun. Oh, so 4. Wait, Mun. Or Mun, Nos, Mun, Hill. I've got, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Oh, so Hill by itself. And Mun by itself and Dur by itself. Those are 3 that I did not have. Is by themselves. So Mun by itself is Arcane Acceleration. Dur by itself is reclaim magic. Nos by itself. Okay, those are the four. Those are the four that I was missing. I was like, I couldn't figure it out because I thought like hitting this plus something else and it wasn't doing anything. So Nos, Arcane Acceleration. Okay, and then Hill, Root, Nos, Purge. Okay, and then Dur. That's what it was. Those are the ones that I was missing. Okay, cool. Very cool. My math was okay. GM Tucker. Yeah, I don't know if your math was okay, but somebody's math was way off. How you doing, Tucker? I'm not a game dev, but I wonder why games tend to use complex formulas that are hard for even the devs to understand instead of using simple formulas that are easy to iterate on. Well, so I can give you a little explanation for that. I'm not going to like be able to give you a perfect explanation, but complicated formulas allow for things like diminishing returns to factor in and other types of nuances to factor into that, rather than a simple formula, which is just AC go up, damage go down, right? That's a very simple formula for like the AC changes. So let's say 185 AC and a mob hits you for 200 damage, you remove 185 damage. That would be a simple formula. The more AC you have, the more damage you remove. Instead, though, you have to do a more complex formula that says 185 AC based on the level of the mob and the damage that they're doing and the type of damage and blah, 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 and like all of these other factors. So you have to have a more complex formula to add in all of these other factors. So a complex formula makes sense. However, it does make things very confusing, for sure. For sure. I read that guy Feewaver's post. He hasn't actually tried the spells or damage. His feedback was solely based off the glyph system. Yeah, exactly. So like he's loving it. We'll go back to that real quickly. He's loving the glyph system, which is interesting, right? It's interesting, but yeah, let's go over the glyph system. Somebody asked me a minute ago to check out the glyph system, so we're going to do that. So, glyph system. You have 4 different glyphs. You have glyph Mun, Hill, Nos, and Dur. And then you have a catalyst down here, the spell catalyst. This is what triggers your glyphs. When you cast a glyph, let's say we're going to cast Mun, it puts a buff up here at the top of the screen, right? That's your foundation. So the first one you cast is your foundation. So now it's clear of that. So if we cast Hill, you see that it is, well, that's actually an enhancement. So that might be a bug. And you can't get rid of that. Let me see what happens if I cast. Yeah, see, now I just bugged it out. And that's a bug that should have been caught in the game. Because now I have Hill as an enhancement and not as a foundation. Again, very simple things to test. But, you know. So let's try this again. We'll cast Nos. It is going to give foundation. Okay, so cool. We have a foundation. Once you have a foundation, you can cast the spell. Theoretically, again, it's not casting properly. Now I bugged everything out. Now we got to do a reload because even Nos or Mun. There we go. Mun is casting Sorcerous Mind. Okay. Let's see if we fixed it. Nope. Now we broke it. This is probably why it wasn't working for me yesterday. I've already broken it, and I couldn't figure out these simple, singular spells because I broke them. Oh, there we go. Now we got root. So let's reload. My goodness, guys. This is just a blunder of an update. It is so bad. Your brain is 100% creative based, 0% math based, so I would not come up with that. I'm kind of the opposite of that. I'm very math focused and not very creative. So yeah, I'm kind of the opposite of that. All right, so let's see if we do this again. If we do Mun, which which is 3 Muns, so a foundation of Mun, and then 2 additional Muns, and then we do the Catalyst. It's going to cast Sorcerous Mind, which is our buff. So cool. That's how you get your spell buff. Then you can do, so you can do any foundation of any of the 4, and then you can enhance it with, well, you don't have to enhance it. You can cast it by itself, any foundation. Maybe that's why this is not working, is because, let me try this. Let me try to target an enemy. There we go. Arcane Acceleration. So, yeah, that's why you had to target an enemy for it. Here. Okay. So, you can use any foundation ability, so any of these 4, and then hit Catalyst, because you have to have a foundation. So, any of the 4 plus Catalyst. You can then add 1 or 2 enhancements to any of these, but it can only be the same enhancement twice. So, how that works is, if I use Mun, I can now enhance it with another Mun and cast that spell. So I can have Foundation of Mun plus a Mun, and then I can hit Spell Catalyst, and there we go. So Mun equals Arcane Volley, the highest level of the volleys that you have, which happens to be Exceptional Arcane Volley for my wizard. Or you can enhance it 2 times. So Mun, and then enhance it 2 more times with Mun. And then that's going to give you this. Then you can also do the same thing with Mun, and then you can do Hill, 1 enhancement, and cast that, and it's going to do Flash of Ice. Or you can do Mun, Hill, and cast that, and it's going to be Abolish Magic, which for some reason cast it on myself. Oh, it's because it's removing debuffs. So that's basically how that's the quick version of how that works. Why Hill stays on here as an enhancement, I don't know. So if we do Mun, Hill, Abolish Magic, so Mun, Hill. It's not clearing out, again, another bug. It's not clearing out the second. See how it's got 2 stacks up here on the hill? And then I hit this. It only clears out the Mun and then the 1 hill. It doesn't clear out the second one. So again, another pretty big blunder, in my opinion. Internal testing was done terribly. So, hate to say it for whoever did internal testing. You're bad at your job. I don't even know what to say, guys. Wizard's bad. Go back to the drawing board. Seriously, go back to the drawing board. Like start over. Again, I don't know. What do we even do today? I guess we're just gonna make a Spellblade. Let me take 5 gold. We're not going to give the Spellblade anything except for his gold. Go see if quad kiting is viable. It's viable with this spell, Mantle of Lava, which I still have. I still have this equipped. So that is viable. So would it be viable with the actual spells? We would need to do probably Exceptional Lightning. Nope, not this one. We would need to do Burst. Where's our AoE spells? Which ones are lightning? Is it Burst of Lightning? Yeah, 181 damage. Yeah, this is the AoE. And it's not doable currently. This is not currently doable. No. Exceptional Burst of Lightning. Doing 181 damage. Like, let's put this on our bar. This is a level 52 spell. Well, what's the Exceptional Burst of Magic? This is the level 60 one. But see, the mana ratios are actually probably not that bad. But let's go see how much damage this actually does. Yeah, you're not going to be doing quad kiting. This is why I leveled up my wizard to 60 before the update came in. So that did 309 damage AoE. 309. Previously, so if I use my old spell that I was using, the Mantle of Lava, 1171. So no, I'm going to say that quad kiting is not viable unless you're killing things really low level. Like ridiculously low level. And this, again, is because of their formula, their math, their formula to increase damage based on your intelligence. So they have to give you very low numbers over here on the actual spell because their formula is going to increase it by so much. Their math. The more intelligence you have, the much higher damage you're going to be doing. So, like, the idea there is good. What cons was I quad kiting? On my wizard level, they're dark blues, mostly. I ended up getting 54 before the update. Wish I had pushed harder. Yeah, you're not going to be able to now. Like that's out of the question. Absolutely out of the question. I don't want to pile on too much, but Dev reference the infamous 4-man Nick DPS test is valid when talking about rogue changes a bit ago. Just saying. 4-man Nick DPS test? I don't know what that is. Everyone has good ideas. I mean, yeah, the idea is sound, right? They're trying. So here was the overall idea from my perspective. They were trying to add in these glyphs to make it more fun for people that want to be able to have a higher APM, but you don't have to use them, but you can if you want to. The glyph system is interesting, but not great. It kind of bugs out very easily. So I'm kind of, on the glyph system. Then the idea was, let's make it so that casters also have to gear up to be able to do damage just like your melee counterparts. Fantastic idea. I love that idea, and I'm glad that they did that because it pushes casters into gearing up. The problem with this idea is now, if you don't have insane amounts of intelligence, then you actually feel way, way weaker. So it was just the execution of it was bad. So they wanted better scaling with gear. That's what it seems like, is they're trying to get better scaling with gear, but the formula is way off. Do you think wizards are viable in groups with the changes? They're going to be the worst class in a group. They already were one of the worst classes in a group. Now they are the worst class in a group. Their DPS numbers are awful. They're just awful. Yeah, that's an issue, right? So the mana usage on let's look at that, because that's actually a very valid point. The mana, now that these where are they at? Arcane spells actually cost mana, so you're going to use the highest level ones, which are these two. Once you get to the higher level, this costs 50 mana, and it gives you 5 stacks. Okay, everybody cool on that? So if we cast this spell, it costs 50 mana, and then we can do a reclaim magic that gives you 20 mana back at level 40 for each reclaim stack, up to 5. So you get 100 mana, but it costs you 50 to put 5 stacks on. Minimum cost is going to be 50. So you're really only getting 50 mana back. Now, if you sit down for 6 seconds, you get, at my level, 50 mana back. So, I mean, this allows you to continue doing damage, I guess. It's not terrible. It's not the worst thing that they changed. But I think that it should be... These should be free. Like, these should absolutely be free. Now, let's look at the damage that they do. This one, the old one that I had, did 40 damage per hit. Okay, 40 damage for the previous volley that I had. This new one does 29 damage at the highest level one now, with my 142 intelligence. However, that damage will go up with more intelligence. So, you know, it might end up being better with like a super exceptionally geared person, maybe. So, yeah. You need 5 spell gems for glyph system. Seems kind of harsh. Well, it's not that harsh. You need 5 spell gems for the glyph system, but that allows you to cast 36 spells with those 5 glyphs. So the trade-off is nice. If you can memorize, you know, what the combinations are, the trade-off is nice. You get a lot more spells on your spell bar. So that's not bad. I was speaking to my group on the changes. I was saying I don't think they want players to be able to kite yellows and reds solo. Absolutely not. They don't want people to do that. They don't. But now you're going to struggle to even do blues or even light blues. Like, you're just not going to be able to do it with the current ratios. I am bound in Why am I bound in Keeper's Bite? The heck was I doing in Keeper's Bite? I don't remember. Is the intention to lower class damage across the board? Like, are wizards going to be the lowest after the other changes come in? Is this all an effort to stretch TTK? Trying to understand if it feels like a mistake or intentional. So, yeah, I talked about that a little bit, Todd. Like, I'm not even concerned with the amount of damage that it's doing right now. The damage is a lot lower, which might be intentional. Absolutely could be intentional because they want to increase TTK, so they have to lower damage, increase mob health, and lower damage. That makes sense. It might be intentional. I think it might have gone a little too far. And the wizard is going to just feel bad compared to the other classes, damage-wise. But that's not even the issue that I'm coming up with right now. The issue that I'm talking about right now is the efficiency ratios going from one tier to the next tier. This is the bigger issue to me. It feels bad to go from Ice Blast at level 39 to Greater Ice Blast at level 40. It just feels bad. There's no increase in damage. Or sorry, there's an increase in damage. There's no increase in efficiency. It's actually a decrease in efficiency for a normally geared wizard. I'm not ultra geared. Like, I'm not. I only have 142 intelligence. Now, if I was like ultra geared, it might feel a little bit better, maybe. But yeah, right now the abandoned efficiency is just awful. Hey, what's going on, Seminole? How are you? Burl coming in with the sub. Thank you so much, Burl. I appreciate it, bud. Survived 5 gem slots for the glyph system. Trades casting time for spell versatility. I can see it being useful. It really doesn't even trade casting time. And here's what I mean by that. We'd have to actually go and cast it. Anyway, these only the cast time is 0.25 seconds. So if you do them quickly, like if I go 1, 2, 3, and then this, I'm now casting Sorcerer's Mind. Okay, so I just cast Sorcerer's Mind. Let's get Sorcerer's Mind on my spell bar. Sorcerer's Mind has a 4-second cast time. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? So that's 4-second cast time. And of course, now how quickly can you do this? Can you do 1, 2, 3, 4? Much lower cast time. I'm actually curious to see. I'm going to get a stopwatch because I'm doing it just based on feel. Let's get a stopwatch. Because this is also going to feel really bad. This is another blunder if they did it this way. So I'm going to click start and Sorcerer's Mind at the same time. Boop. And then as soon as it hits, off. So 3.66 cast time. This is with my spell speed. I don't have any spell speed. No, I have 0 spell speed. So it's about right. I mean, I can't 3.66. Well, that's going to be backwards to you guys, but anyway, 3.66. I'm not going to get it perfect. But let's do like I don't even know how I'm going to do this. We're going to do and start. So 4 4 4 9. 5.98. So it takes me an additional 2 seconds to manually cast that, which is exactly what people had issues with in the first place. So 2 additional seconds to cast that one spell. I think Sorcerer's Mind is 3 times the rune, not 4. It's 3, yeah. It's 3. Nothing is 4 runes. It's 4 4 4 cast. But it's not casting it any faster. So like let's do that. If I do 4 4 4, okay, and then we're going to let me get my stopwatch up again. And I hit 9 and start at the same time, and then as soon as it casts, done. Exact same cast time. They didn't speed up the cast time at all. And you have to hit the glyph 3 times and hit the catalyst. So you have to hit a total of 4 buttons for the exact same cast time of the spell. Like, that's just bad. It's bad. They needed to factor in more of the glyph, like manually pushing in the buttons. Oh, yeah, and then you add in the fizzles on top of that, which the glyphs can't be fizzled, but the catalyst... Oh, catalyst can't be fizzled either. But, so now if, let's say it fizzles, and I do 4, 4, 4, 9, and that fizzles, now I got to do the combination again. Rather than just going cast spell, cast spell, cast spell, and it starts casting. It's just... Come on. Come on. Server lag is absolutely going to be an issue. It's absolutely going to be an issue, and that's part of what I was saying previously. Like, I don't even know where to go with this stuff, man. Like, this is just very bad. It's like I was saying many days ago, devs are going to insert something into the game. They're going to use it exactly the way that they intended it to be used, and they're going to test it for that reason. And when it comes out to the players, we're going to go, wow, this is just bad. Because we're going to use it in the way that we feel like it should be used, not necessarily the way that devs are going to test it. Think about the round peg, square hole situation, right? You take the round peg, you put it in the round hole, cool, everything works. You take the round peg and you go to the square hole. Holy moly, it actually fits in there too. You know? Can you just cast glyphs while running? You cannot. So while running, well, yeah, it's interrupting it. So, because they do have a 0.25 second cast time, so you cannot do it while running. So it just takes it out. It does make for some really cool, like, you know, these things happening. I don't think glyphs are meant to be used for all spells. You should have 3 or 4 nukes, and the rest are glyphs used for utilities. They have 12. They have 12 damaging spells. Or sorry, 16 damaging spells. And then they have 20 utility spells. This is the redesign, yes, Burl, and it's terrible. Seems like you wouldn't use the glyph system in a raid, pressing extra buttons plus the spell cast time that can fizzle. Yeah, you would not want to. I'm going to say right now, just like based on my analysis of the wizard so far, it's not worth using the glyph system. It's just not worth it. Look at it this way. Like, let's say I do, let's say that I can't do this where I can just cast it. So the couple of seconds that I spend doing that, I can just hit B, find Sorcerous Mind, click on that, and then just hit, you just wait for it to come up and hit the button. Like, yes, it takes time to memorize the spell, but this is an hour-long duration. I only have to do this once every hour. Right? So, is it really that big a deal? Love the idea of not demeaning and demimming and remimming stuff to just rebuff. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but it takes time to rememorize. But on the other hand, you're always sitting anyway. Exactly. Like, I get the benefit of the glyphs, but here's the thing. If you're using glyphs consistently, let's say that I'm using glyphs and I'm casting my Greater Fireball. Greater Fireball is Hill Dur, right? So Greater Fireball is Hill Dur Catalyst. I'm going to be using that a lot. So I'm going to be constantly going Hill Dur Catalyst. Hill Dur Catalyst. Hill Dur Catalyst. I'm going to be doing that quite a bit. Those seconds are going to add up over time. And it's like, would I rather just have Greater Fireball on my bar? So let's look at this. Let's see what the so I can just do Greater Fireball. Wow. Greater Fireball. Like, every time it's ready, Like, I would just rather have it on my bar. Rather than do Hill Dur Catalyst, I just have it on my bar. Extra inputs and time for spell flexibility. It is, but I think it's too much. My issue with glyphs, etc., is your foundations down before you attach your extras. Well, you got 30 seconds. If you can't hit... Like, your foundation lasts for 30 seconds. If you can't hit 2 other buttons in that amount of time to cast a spell, then, yeah, there's a problem there. So, yeah. Glyph spell costs 0 mana. Does that not go a long way towards efficiency? No, glyph spells still cost mana. The glyphs don't cost mana. This doesn't cost mana. When you when you hit the catalyst and it actually casts the spell, it still costs mana. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So we'll go out here and we'll find a bug. It's Fire Beetle. So if we do, was it Hill Dur? Hill Dur spell. Going to cost Greater Fireball. It's still going to use our mana over here. See? Still uses all the same amount of mana. Every time. So we're only talking about like speed of casting. That's it. They could use a system to make certain glyphs empower spells in certain ways, maybe. That would probably be a better system. I think they assume people would be using various spell schools. But like you said, Fireball is essentially the only nuke worth it. Well, yeah, that's going to be the issue, is you're only going to be... Well, even then, you have 5 different spell slots. Let's say I wanted to have different spells up. I could put Fireball up. Then I could put my Flash of Lightning up, which is the one for Interrupt. And then I could put my Flash of Ice up for my Snare. And then I could put... an AoE spell on there, like let's say Burst of Magic if we pull AoE, so that's 3 or 4 spells. And then I can, you see what I'm saying? And like then I can put up one of these fire spikes. So that's my 5 spells. So I have my interrupt. I've got my snare. I've got my best damage spell up. I've got my highly resist or easily unresisted, whatever you want to call it. This spell is very difficult to resist spell up. You see what I'm saying? Like, why? There's no reason to have 5s. You don't need to have access to 36 spells most of the time. You just don't. This is the post-wizard change? Yeah, this is the post-wizard change. I feel like that's a big missed opportunity for them to make it appealing, is to make the incantation free. If they made the incantation free, it would probably be too powerful. To be honest, it would be too powerful. Because then it would just be manaless damage. It would be very, very strong. But what I think they should do, and they said they did, by the way, and they didn't. So let's go back to their actual announcement of this, because they had questions on this. Literally, people were questioning this before this patch came in. And they had valid points. They had very valid points. Where the heck was it? Here we go. How does the incantation system work? Does each glyph add to the total, and does the final cast time equal the same as casting the spell normally, or is the glyph time plus normal cast time on top? That was the question. The answer: incantations do have a short cast time for each glyph, and the spell catalyst is instant. When you use the incantation to cast the spell, we understand that it takes a little time to input each glyph and activate it with the catalyst. So when you cast a spell with an incantation, we adjust the cast time of the triggered spell to be a bit faster than the memorized version. They did not do that. Either way, you cast, total cast time ends up roughly the same. They literally answered the question and didn't do it. It's not in the game. People have a right to be furious about this. Like, literally before it even came into the game, people were I'm concerned here. I'm concerned with your idea. That is a recipe for disaster. When you take server lag into account, you have to deal with server lag 4 times. Absolutely. That's the issue that I brought up when I was reading that as well. I said the exact same thing. I may have said it in my overview video of the wizard changes when we first read the deep dive. I was like, I may have said it in there. I don't remember if I did or not. But come on, man. I love Spellblade class, but it's bad. Is the Spellblade also bad? I haven't messed with it yet. Yeah, I just don't know, man. I don't know what to say about this stuff. Wizard is bad. Period. It's just they made it bad. But anyway, I've been ranting about that for a while. Let's make a Spellblade. It was already bad. It was bad. It was bad but tolerable. Now it's just complete and utter garbage. I mean, this is some Pantheon level blunder here. Like, seriously, Pantheon level blunder. Garbage, did somebody call my name? I sure did. Anyone who watched your stream quad kiting knew it was OP? Oh, it was very OP, yeah. It was very OP. All right, let's create a character here. We're going to go with who can be a Spellblade. Spellblade can be on human, gnome, and dwarf. We can have a dwarven Spellblade? So Spellblade is going to want to have strength and dexterity. A gnome is going to have... Looks like dwarf is going to be better version. Even though they can't cap out... I mean, that dexterity, that 27 dex. On the bright side, I save 15% by swapping my car insurance to Geico. There you go. So we could do a gnome or a dwarf. That's going to cost me 4. Wait, so if we go this and that, we get 25 and 25. A gnome can get 27 and 21. But what if we go down? Yeah, the dwarf is just better. Or dwarf is better stat-wise, it seems like. But intelligence is 23. The dwarf intelligence is only 19. Which does make a difference. Not a huge difference, but it does make a difference. I don't know, man. I don't know. Female human got new animation. We could do a human, and that would give us 25 and 22, so they're not as good either. Dwarf has what that racial. Gnome has... Let's go with a gnome. Mostly because of the dexterity. That 27 dex for the more procs. Because I believe Spellblades are still going to be proc-based. Are they not? Let's go with... I don't know if I want to go dexterous for the 15 seconds. Sorry if I missed. Which redesign are in-game right now? We got Wizard, Spellblade, Archer, and Druid. I think we're going to go dexterous. Spellblade. Spellblades are scholarly warriors who combine swordplay with spellcasting to a spellblade. This combination is a delicate and beautiful art which they devote their lives rewarding. Experienced spellblades often choose to wield a weapon in each hand, further punishing. Your archer always? Yeah. People are gonna pick their favorites. For sure. Alright, let's just go. Yeah, let's go dexterous. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do defender. We're gonna do forage just for funsies. And I don't know what to do here. They got to take some of these out. They got to take some of these out. Like, early access characters that don't even have, like, access to certain things. They shouldn't... Yeah, they shouldn't even... Like, Stonemason. And Stonecutter. I'm not worried about having to buy an axe. I'm giving myself some money. Let's go... Probably not going to do much herbalism. Actually, let's go bookworm. We can memorize a new spell. I'm gonna go bookworm because I can get a spell. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I'm only doing this for the hair color, white, skin tone. We'll do 2 hair. So no hair, long hair. Let's do this one. I like that one. Hair color, we'll do white. Face. Let's do the young guy. Eyebrows. Only have 2 options here. Big bushy eyebrows. Oh, whoops, eyebrow color. Eye color, we always do green. Extra feature. Remove that. Mustache. And beard. I just like the long beard. I don't know. This is basically, I don't know. I just really like this. So this is going to be, let's see, we got Criddle, we got Craddle. Let's do Croodle. Give him hair? He has hair. That's the most hair he can have. Like, seriously, they have to be bald. They have completely bald. And then they have this one. They have this one. Well, they do have this one, I guess. Yeah, we can give them that hair. I forgot they added that one. We can do that. Must select a race, class, sex, faith. Okay, so we got a male. It doesn't, like, default to male or something? Come on. Choose a deity. Yeah, we're just do agnostic. It's fine. Cridley. We could do that. Yeah, we can do that. Confirm. Create. You see if Devs will let you change your wizard's name to Crippled. It's pretty bad. It is pretty bad. All right, let's go see Arcane Infusion. Infuse slash. This one's, I don't know if this one's going to feel good or not. Oh, that's cool. If you have 2 spellbooks equipped, it actually pops up a thing. I've never noticed this before. We'll put it in spellbook 1. And we'll remove the other spellbook. Okay, so Arcane Infusion. This one does infuse your weapon. We'll read all of them. We're going to buy all the spells. So I'm just going to grab some gold. And we're going to buy the spells at level 1 just to not have to deal with that. $5 gold. I'm rich. But I do want to see how this is going to feel as a brand new character. No twinking, nothing like that. So we're going to kind of play this a little bit as a brand new level 1. What is our quest here? Master Jafar. Meet Jafar at the top. You're going to buff me? Don't worry about it right now. I want to see how this class plays out. Without buffs. Jafar, where's Aladdin? I know, right? We got to go up here. He did say all the way at the top of the tower, right? Wait, how do we get... Oh, wait. We gotta go inside. Should they just undo the update? Not a roll, take back internal testing? I mean... It depends on the class. I don't know, man. Wizard is just bad. Wait, that's not Jafar. So, not this guy. I guess Jafar must be over in the, dagnabbit. He must be over in the other thing. Other than glyphs, what's bad about the wizard? The glyphs really aren't the bad part. Where's the down? Is this the down? He's on the outside ring of the top floor, is he? I thought Jafar was... Hang on. I thought Jafar was... over in the other area. Over here. Spellbinder's Spire. Up here. I don't remember how to get up there, though. Wasn't he, like, up there at the top of this tower? Yeah, Spellbinder's thing, yeah. We're just gonna figure out how to get up there. I don't remember how to get up to the top of that. It was... You thought there were stairs? I thought there were stairs too. I could never find them though. I always get lost over here. But there's no stairs from here. And there's nothing inside of here. Yeah, I know exactly where he's at. I just can't remember how to get there. Maybe he was up this. Aha, there we go. Yeah, he's up there. Yay, we found him. And we need to, we'll put 1 point. Wow, these cost 5 copper now to get 1 point in these. 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. 1 point, 1 point. Cool. Yay, what does he say? Very well met. Welcome to the Spellbinders of the Spire. Take your note to Najua, or Jao, whatever his name is. He is... this one. What did he give me? You are to take this bag. Oh, he gave me this bag. Okay. Fill it with remains of the undead you find in the desert, and then seal it. Should you correctly infuse your weapon, the remains you find shall bear the charred markings. So I guess just remains. Okay. I'm a 47 Druid on PvP server. My thought on the Druid update. I miss not having 400% mana regen. I miss the Nature's Respite. I miss the pet. The pet, I'm glad is gone. I could get behind the whatchamacallit spell. The instant heal. It's kind of nice to have for sure. All right, where's the spell vendor for this guy? Spellblade spell vendor. Inquisitor. Spellblade guard. Spellblade instructor. There we go. Okay, so we have this spell already. We have this spell already. We have this spell already. We don't have Align North. We don't have Shoot. We don't have Throw. And that's it. So you start with everything you need, pretty much. What? Oh, these are already in my book. Whoops. Okay. Let's go ahead and buy level 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. We're even going to be able to don't have fire damage at level 1 anymore. Why do they need fire damage at level 1? You just got to get, it says, it would fill it with the remains of the undead you find in the desert and then seal it. Should you correctly infuse your weapon, the remains you find shall bear the charred markings of a successful strike. Use fire damage or hit the fire elemental and it causes bone chips. Oh, they have to be burnt bone chips? Then probably not. Yeah, it might be. It might be. I haven't played one, so I don't know. Oh, we can't even... Okay, well, we have the spells. Telekinetic Infusion. Okay. So let's look at... We have Arcane Infusion. Infuse your weapon with an arcane energy, granting you a chance to deal 5 to 30 magic damage on melee hits, and a lesser chance to activate Arcane Frailty. Strip your target's arcane defenses, increasing their magic resistance by 1 to 15 seconds. While the infusion is active, the mana cost of Arcane Spear is reduced by 25%. Then we have Infused Slash. Slash your target with the infused blade, dealing 100% weapon damage, plus 2 to 5 additional damage based on your current infusion. This ability shares a cooldown with other might abilities, instant cast, 10-second cooldown, etc. So we can put that up here. And then we have Arcane Spear. Hurl a spear of arcane energy at your target, dealing 3 to 10 magic damage. While Arcane Infusion is active, the mana cost this spell is reduced by 25%. So it'll be reduced to 7.5 mana, I guess. So we'll put this down here. And then we can't use these yet because this is level 5 required. Wait, this is level 2 required. This is level 5 required. Why couldn't I put this one on then? Level 3 required. You cannot scribe Aura of the Arcane. You must be level 3 or higher to use this ability. So I can't... Okay. Can't even scribe it. Telekinetic Infusion. Okay. So that's because it's going to try to use those. It's going to put them on my bar. Okay. Whatever. Whatever, man. Okay, so let's auto attack. Pew! I missed. Oh, I got interrupted. That's cool. It's not worth using Arcane Spear at level 1. Got it. Absolutely not worth using. You're better off just meleeing, it looks like. Yay, bat fur. I'm not going to worry about looting all this for money. How are you doing, and how is the fam? Also, how's progress on Monster Mary going? Family's doing all right. There was actually an emergency over the weekend. I had to drive several hours. My mom, sister, and niece got into a car accident, and I had to go and rescue them. So I was gone over the weekend. This is yeah, this is slow. But yeah, as far as Monsters and Memories, it's going. It's happening. Yeah, everybody's okay. Okay, well, I guess that guy's getting that. Let me go over here so I can actually die. Hey, what's going on, Iruhini? How are you, bud? Hope they're okay. I had to drive 4 hours for my grandfather, so I know the feeling. Yeah, it was rough. I drove 2 hours south where they got into the accident. We stayed for a night in a hotel. Then we drove 4 hours south again. And then I had to drive the entire way back. Any advice for blacksmithing? The only thing I can say about blacksmithing is your best bet is to use or to make sharpening stones every chance you can. Did that infusion just proc? Your arcane infusion is snake for 5 magic damage. So we actually got a proc. That's good. Nope, there's another proc. This is procking quite often. And another proc. Wow. I died. Oh no. Whatever am I going to do? I'm going to run back over here, loot my corpse, and keep going. They need to just go in, put all wizard spells on Invoke. Now we're entering the Konami code. It's, yeah, wizard's bad. When do you start to lose XP when you die? Level 5. So, yeah, what you have to do, Westmort, is you make anything you can of the previous tier to get to sharpening stones, and then you make a bunch of sharpening stones. And then you do anything you can. Once that trivializes, you do anything you can. You always do sharpening stones when you can. When you can't, you just make whatever it is that you can that you have mats for. That's the only way to really do it. Thanks for the spider silk cap. Pointy little cap. All right, that's level 2, so now we have this one. No, that's level 3 required. Okay, so we can't do that yet. As a sole member of the Boycott Wizard movement, I'm on that one. Boycott Wizards right now. They're bad. They are bad. Scorched skeletal remains. So, in fact, you can get those. We need to find more skeletons. I probably should have grabbed bags. I meant to grab bags, or make bags for my wizard. Why are wizards bad now? Their damage is awful. Their... Hey! I tagged that first. It was rude. Petition! I'm gonna petition! I'm not gonna petition over it. There would be people that would petition over that, though. Because technically speaking, I tagged it first. Oh no, I died! Yeah, I did it on purpose. I died because it's faster to get my health back by dying than it is by sitting down and waiting for it to come back. This is a pro strat, guys. Pro strat. Oh, okay. Thank you. What? Oh my gosh. Okay, I appreciate... Oh my gosh. People are going to be like, you're twinking. They're power leveling. This is the thing. I'm actually going to use this buff, though, because it does help you level so much faster. It's completely broken and it needs to be changed. I absolutely hate that this is an actual thing you can do. But, you know, when devs want to make a game more difficult, doesn't it make sense every class should be weaker after a rework? I'm not worried. I'm not even worried about the weakness of the wizard. I'm worried about the terrible math that was done. Sean is a Spellblade main confirmed. Well, right now he's playing a he's mostly playing a Inquisitor, last I checked. Summoned cloth bandages. This proc, golly, dude, I just procced like 3 times in a row, 4 times in a row. 5. What is happening here? Proccing a lot. Oh, I could use Infusion Slash, yeah. Oh no! What? There we go. Why is Wizard so cryptic? Nobody wants this. They just want to play with clear spell usage. I mean, I think some people want it, but the glyph system isn't even the problem with the wizard. You don't have to play with it. You don't have to use the glyph system. You want it? Yeah, I mean, some people are going to like the glyph system. I mean, I don't have an issue with it. I have an issue with the mana efficiency of the spells, the weird, like, levels that you get the spells, and why. Like, I have a bunch of other issues. The boat bugged out again? Yeah, it's not fixed. They said the boat was fixed. It is definitely not fixed. Literally the day they said the boat was fixed, it bugged for me. The day they put the patch in. So, yeah, it's not fixed. Well, great. By the way, you actually do have to do damage to these things. You can't just have the damage shield kill them. You do have to damage them at least once. Do you petition or to swim back? Petition. That's what I did. I would keep using their petition system a bunch because I think that they're trying to do too much with it, in my opinion. So, like, if we don't use it and show them how much it's going to be used, then they're just going to think it's going to be fine. Okay, so now we've got this one. Envelop your group in an arcane aura, increasing their intelligence by 1 to 15 and spell damage dealt by 10%. I need these skeletons. They took away the port. Yeah, I'm not even worried about the port. Like, that's not even that doesn't even bother me that much. I mean, it kind of sucks, but you know, whatever. Your bone weapon got buffed? Oh, I meant to check mine, too. I actually want to look at that. $28.42? That's pretty good. Is it one-handed? You have the bone from Nyx? Ratio is crazy, yeah. 25-32 one-hander? Which one is that? The Nyx weapon is? Yeah, that's crazy good. Let's see what my hammer is. I'm curious. The hammer needed a buff. $15.24. That's a 50% damage increase. Wait a minute. 1720. Hang on a second. .6. .6. So that is better now. Wow. This is actually, my hammer is actually better than the Fell Trident now. That's good. Did weapons get stealth buffed in this patch? No, it's not stealth buff. They said they were going to buff them. Scarred Crusader shield. So this is a kite shield. Where's my good shield? Wait, wasn't that... Wait, what happened to my good shield? They just removed it. Graphic got is it this right here? The Scarred Crusader shield was the good one that I had? I had the shield that was like 60 something AC. Wow. So now shields are worthless again. Good job, devs. But it's also a kite shield because it's got Bard and Ranger on it. So it's a kite shield. I need to get a tower shield. I have a tower. Hang on. I have another shield on another character. Let's go look. My goodness, man. I mean, I'm fine with them changing some of these numbers. Bago. Ooh, I'm wondering, actually, this is going to be a good one to check, too. So we have the Torvald's heater shield, 54 with 20 haste. So they increased the AC on this one. But I'm curious, the Whalebone Spear, 3342. Oh my god. What the heck, dude? That's bananas. What else do I need to check in here? Anything? Malik's toothpick is 2140. Yeah, see, I just don't. What I don't get is they increase the damage ratios of these weapons. I don't know, man. I don't get it. I mean, yeah, but look at Whalebone Spear, 3342. What? I should have made a rogue. That's bananas. Bananas, bananas. Oh, shoot, I lost my damage shield. No, not my damage shield. It's 3848? That's crazy. They upped ratios and adjusted strength scaling too, I think, to compensate for TTK changes. They seem to have, yes. That's what they seem to have done. But the problem with that is that the wizard got nerfed to oblivion, but then they buffed all the melee classes an insane amount, it seems like. I don't know. I have to go test it out on my actual fighter and see if there's a big difference. So they took it up 5 damage as well. I'm curious what they did with who do I know that has that oh, what's the name of that weapon? The Savage Club. Anybody have the Savage Club? Oh no, I died again. Whatever am I going to do? Savage is 1524. So they didn't... Yeah, they didn't change that. That's so dumb. But they did. They changed that one anyway. I got brain fart right now. You know what's crazy is when I first started playing this game, weapons had very, very high damage ratios like that. And then they changed it. You have no more cantrips available. Bookworm. I chose Bookworm as a trait. Does that not give you a cantrip? Oh, no, wait. Bookworm doesn't give you a cantrip, does it? What, that was a different one, wasn't it? Or does Bookworm just give you the extra book? Did I choose the wrong one? I'm curious now. We're going to check. Start with an additional trainee spellbook. Oh, I meant to get, yeah, the other one. What was the other one called? Yeah, I thought they had one that gave you an extra cantrip. Oh, well. Not a big deal. Should make a Jesus gnome. Yeah, Kami, the wizard changes are just bad. They're terrible. Absolutely just awful. How that got through our internal testing like that is mind-boggling. Did they keep the damage as is on Wizard? No, they made it worse. Wizard is just worse than it was. Just all around worse. It's just a worse class. It's awful. Druid losing Whispers feels bad too. Used to be able to top off main healer and spell DPS classes with my extra mana. I'm okay with the removal of Whispers. Because Druids now have ways that they can get additional mana with their Autumn and Spring. So it's not really necessary. It was nice to put on other players. So I will give you that, but yeah, I don't really think they need a Whispers anymore. Wizard changes that bad? They're terrible, Nova. The Wizard needs another overhaul. It's bad. Need to be in a group healing first, though. I make more judgment, but losing Whispers on the Druid, lay on hands feels bad at the moment. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it feels bad, I'm sure. I haven't messed with the Druid yet, though. So I don't know. Yeah, well, so does intelligence now, Isar. And I think that was the goal, right? That's the goal with, like, the wizard. You just need a lot more intelligence. You really have to gear up a lot. Gear makes such a drastic difference now. The archer changes kind of looked worse to me out of all of them. But I didn't really want to, like... I don't want to make judgment calls on the changes without actually seeing them in game. You know, because that's just not really that fair. Like, the ideas are solid. But, yeah. What were the archer changes? The biggest change is now archers use tinkering to make different types of traps, and those traps are used to do different things. That was like their biggest change. I don't think wizard is that hard to make. Everyone should be happy with big nukes, gate ports, dispel, invis, etc. Yeah, there's a lot of other things. Spellblade is a DPS. Can you still quad kite? It takes too much mana. Can't quad kite. Spells are not mana efficient enough. Yeah, wizard is literally the worst class in the game now. It's the worst class. Spellblade is 19, and the changes are okay, but the flow is not great. I've heard a little bit about that it's a little bit clunky. What made the archer so bad, or what are people complaining about? I don't know. I haven't really looked into the archer too much. Yeah, so you have to ask people that are playing the archer. Damage shield is actually hurting me right now more than it's helping me. Kind of annoying. Issue with the archer is there are recipes with missing components in the game, like blinding dust, that you cannot make currently. Yeah, that's definitely would be an issue. Druid, from what I can tell, people are upset that the Druid no longer has whispers and it no longer has its instant heal that it used to have. Those are the biggest takeaways I've seen so far. And it doesn't have a pet anymore. Its dot damage was gutted. Yeah. It's not supposed to be a damaging class, though. So that's fine. Like, I'm okay with that. But, yeah. You're not sure what the deal is? I can tell you what the deal is. Helter Smelter. Grouping in this game is not worth it. That's what the deal is. Grouping in this game is awful. $22.35 one-handed. That's pretty good. I watched a druid yesterday. He healed like 800 for 275 mana. A well-geared. So I will say that this update, this particular update, the good thing that came out of it is gearing is more important. And I've been saying that for a while. Gearing should be very important on a class. So I'm happy with that. But I think that the numbers are a little off. Still bad to grouping with mob difficulty. I think that grouping is probably going to be better for some classes, for sure. Shouldn't some classes be able to do good without great gear for players like myself who struggle to get geared up as quickly as other players do? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the problem, here's the problem with it. Gear is now way more important, and itemization is still kind of in the dumpster. Right? Itemization is bad. Again. It was bad at one point, then they started to make it better, and then it's bad again. Want to hear something funny? It's easier. It's even easier to solo as an archer. Oh, I'm sure it is. Yeah, archer. Now with their run speed buff, can probably solo really well. Tag nabbit. Base damage for wisdom-based classes should be increased to offset the int requirement for increased damage. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I think that's part of the oh my god. I think that's part of the thing, right? Like should they scale it that way? I don't know. I can't say one way or the other. Gear has mattered for the entire life of the game, so at this point, my trust is stretching thin. Gear has not mattered that much. At the higher levels, gear mattered, yes. But at lower level, gear really didn't matter. And that was part of the problem, right? A big part of the problem. I just played open beta. The next time will be a different game. It's going to be a very different game. They're going to have to get this stuff fixed. It's bad, man. I'm telling you, it's bad. Where did my bag go? The heck? Did I leave a bag on a corpse somewhere? For my quest line? I did. Huh. Whoops. What level is this? 4? I'm not level 4 yet. Shout out to you, Guilty Avocado. He was super nice and helpful and showed me how to wizard. Nice. Mark of Magic doesn't work on raid targets? Does it not? Seems kind of silly. Oh, yeah, because it only goes up to level 60 mobs. Yeah, it doesn't go over level 60 mobs. That's just silly, dude. Have you seen the Invis glitch where it leaves a clone behind? I play a rogue and after a few hour session I have like 100. Yeah, I have seen that. Yeah, I don't know when they're going to get that fixed. I placated a camp of 3 mobs, no resist. Aired one over. They all came, bug or no. Did it end early? Your placate? Because placate cannot resist, go on the mob, and then it can also end early. I know this take is controversial, but they should have left all outdoor mobs the way they were before this patch and buff dungeon mobs with increased XP. Dungeons have all the best loot. They do not, in fact, have all the best loot. If you're talking about like actual zones, they do not. Yeah, itemization is in a bad place right now. It's in a very bad place, Cheese Pizza. Like, they need to fix it. I mean, it's one of the many things that they need to change. One of the many. After this update, I'm pretty nervous about the direction the game is going. Kind of glad EQ Legends is coming soon. Try something different. EQ Legends does not appeal to me at all. But I agree with you. After this update, I am less. I'm very cautious about this game. More so than I was before, and I was already a bit cautious. I'm just glad one group can't clear the whole area. That is good. Yes, that's a good change. I'm glad that they did that. You know, some changes are good. Do they give this thing... I'm so confused. Guild Wars 2 may be getting some of my attention over Monster Memory after this update. It's downloading now. I'm excited for Guild Wars 3. Did you guys see that they announced that? I don't know what they're doing with it, though. People seem to like Spellblade. Yeah, we're gonna try it out. We're gonna try it out. Looks cool, but action combat's not your thing? Yeah, it might be too high of APM for this style of game. Where's the patch to fix buffs? They already had a patch, supposedly. I don't know if it fixed it or not. I haven't zoned. But they put in a patch already. They did it a little bit ago. They did fix it? Okay. That's good. It's super clunky. I'm hearing that it's pretty clunky. But I committed to playing the Spellblade as my next class. Voted on by Twitch chat. So that's what we're doing. I let you all pick. So this is my next class that we're going to level. Honestly, what I should do is level up a charm class. Like, I should probably play an enchanter and level up a charm class right now. Because that's super strong. Okay, so we now have this one, Telekinetic Infusion. So we can use either infusion. Infuse your weapon with telekinetic energy, granting you a chance to deal 5 to 30 physical damage on melee attacks, and a lesser chance to telekinetic siphon. Siphon the kinetic energy of your target, decreasing their movement speed and agility while increasing yours by the same amount for 1 minute. I don't know that I would actually use that. Is Gnome my favorite race? Not really my favorite, but I like it. It might be my favorite race, actually. It might be. If I had to choose, I'd probably say Gnome, yeah. So Guild Wars 3, looking pretty good. That's not coming out for a while though, right? Isn't that like next year? I actually didn't watch the trailer or anything for it. But it looks pretty cool from what I've seen and what I've heard, but I didn't watch a lot of information on it. Beta is in the fall of next year. So yeah, we still got a ways to go on that one. But I'll be keeping an eye on it for sure. Maybe I can get into beta and we could talk about that. Despite the wizard getting gutted, I'm actually cautiously optimistic about the range change. I will miss the fire nuke dots and being able to back up spam heal during combat. Hey, we got our quest finished. Yay! All right, let's go turn in our quests and see what's next. Most likely do a paid beta. Yeah. I mean, they might do a closed beta as well. I might try to get into it. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Sony State of Play, SGF, back to back was fun. Yeah, I didn't watch any of that stuff. You saw flying mounts in Guild Wars 3? Why they gotta do that to us? Wait a minute, I don't need to go this way, do I? I need to go over here. Excellent work. Blah, 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 blah. Please deliver the bag to Buckmar in the Concourse of Souls. Buckmar in the Concourse of Souls. All right, Buckmar. Nintendo show? Oh, yeah. I wonder what they talked about in the Nintendo update. You were as deflated as I felt. I messed around with the wizard for a little bit last night. The shark doesn't appear to have any skills. Most pets don't have any skills right now. I don't know what the shark has or doesn't have, but... Isn't the back entrance to the Concourse of Souls down here? I think it is. Can druids still charm? They can still charm. We'll see We'll see what they do with the charm changes in the future. Buckmar. Loktar Ogar. All right, what is this? If the council put me in charge of running things, I'd likely have much better efficient solution. Speaking of which, please take this research back to whatchamacallit. Okay. It's going back. I now strongly believe it is feasible that your suspicion is correct. Wizard is objectively awful in its current state. I don't know how they messed it up that bad. I don't either. I have no idea how they could screw up so badly on the Wizard. No clue. Makes zero sense. Zero testing? I mean, it's what it seems like, yeah. Their internal testing team, I mean, they don't get paid right now, but fire them. Like, you guys know me. I don't sugarcoat it, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm going to tell you like it is. It's bad. It's very, very bad. Hire me for $0 to test it? I mean, I kind of am. I tested it for a few minutes last night and could instantly tell you how bad it was within, I don't know, 10 minutes of looking at it. I was like, this is awful. Like, what the heck are they doing here? It didn't take me long at all to figure it out. You now doubt Nick was the problem? Nick had other problems, in my opinion. Nick's takes weren't great either. If you observe any of these trainees doing something out of the ordinary, please report me directly. Do you speak... I believe them to have a logbook in their possession. Please return it to me intact. This is not all, however. You prepared to receive your other tasks? Yes, wonderful. Okay. Investigate in Shira camp. On the way to the smugglers, I've heard reports that they are attempting... Smuggler camp. I have increased their intentions. Please bring me evidence you find. Again, if you see any inquisitors engaging in suspicious activities, please. Jeez Louise. Do not misunderstand. The inquisitors are our allies. We receive reports. Cultists. Okay. Have I gotten anything out of this yet? I feel like every other class gets something cool. Like some sort of starter item. Inquisitor has gotten nothing so far. You get nothing until the end? That's awful. First spell I used after the update was Greater Ice Storm. Could barely even kill a giant spider in Shaded Dunes. Well, the Ice Storm spells do, like, very little damage. Very little damage. Like, they need to be significantly buffed. But they don't have a duration to them. Has anybody looked at... Has anybody actually used the Ice Storm spell to see how long the duration is on it? Because it didn't have a duration. It didn't say it had a duration. It just said it does damage every 6 seconds. Was needing a fire beetle eye a thing in D&D? Like, where did that come from other than EQ? Well, it's a component cost, and yes, there were components in D&D. You could test it. It was like 30 seconds. Yeah, it seemed like it was just a like ridiculously short or ridiculously long cooldown or something, or ability. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, I didn't see I didn't see a duration anywhere on it. So I don't know what it was supposed to be. Again, descriptions need to be updated and fixed and tweaked. Those descriptions are all over the place. Thought he said he was working on a hotfix to mana efficiency issue with multiple lines, but maybe I misunderstood. In either case, it's been like 1.5 days. I don't expect a turnaround that quickly. We'll see soon. Well, I mean, how I look at it is the mana efficiency, it's so bad, I don't know how they didn't see that in their internal testing. That's the thing that kind of irritates me, is that shouldn't require them putting it out on the beta server for us to figure out. Why is this skeleton not aggroing? Do I automatically have sneak? What internal testing? I don't know if you're being silly or not. Why is this thing not attacking me? Yeah, I don't know if you guys are being silly with the internal testing comments or not. They claim to have internal testing and have done internal testing on these classes. So, if they did a terrible job of it. Their internal testing is 6 group of devs playing the class for a few hours. I don't know. I have no idea what their internal testing is. It's bad, though. Thing that was that one of those upgrades doesn't become more efficient than its predecessor until you have almost level to the point of getting that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have to, like, the spells that have a level range in them, they start less mana efficient than the spells prior to them. That's a very bad design. Like, you don't feel like you get an upgrade at all. Like, spells should, as you level up, spells should, they should, like, an upgrade should be better. Like, it should just be better. I don't understand why you would make them worse. You can say internal testers did a bad job because you don't know what the testers reported to the devs, and did the devs use that information to fix stuff? I'm not going to say who did a bad job, but overall it's just a bad update. Like, I don't know. Did the devs put in the wrong numbers and make it bad? Did the internal testers not test it properly? and not give the best feedback. Like, I don't know who did what. It was bad. Just the whole thing was bad. Awful. It's not my job to tell you who did a bad job. I'm just telling you what happened. The outcome. It has to be that. How else would you test your MMO if you were making one? Get 6 devs in a group with the classes being tested and port around to various areas while changing everyone's levels and gear and match the content. That's what I would do probably, but I've talked about it before. The issue with devs testing to make sure that their work is correct, you're biased. You're extremely biased towards how it's supposed to be. So therefore, you're not going to test it properly. You're going to say, here's how it's supposed to work, so here's how I'm going to use it. And you're going to push said buttons and say, it works. Or it doesn't work, right? And that's it. You're not going to do other things. I mean, there's so many issues with the Wizard update. So many issues. I don't know how it came to the beta server like that. I literally don't know how. Because, like, there's so many problems. Like, what did they actually fix? We still looking at October EA? I mean, that's their plan. Yeah, I have no idea. That can always be pushed. I mean, I don't think it should be pushed. They need to fix the game. They need to make it better. I think if they push it back, it'll hurt a lot. It's gonna end up like a Pantheon situation. And we don't want a Pantheon situation. He who must not be named is feeling about all of this. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Maybe they should do some sort of showcase video before they release changes. Yeah, that would at least show that they looked at it. Aren't we the beta testers? Yes. But that's just an excuse that people like to throw out there because they love the game and want to, suck up to the devs or something. It's not a valid excuse. We are beta testers. We should be checking to make sure the game, other things are not basic things, right? Basic stuff should be tested and working, like, it should function. It's silly when things come out and it's just like, okay, that was very basic change. Like, why did that make it to the beta server? This doesn't make sense. If you're stuck on the patcher, try to hit the repair button a few times. They increased the the patcher cast time. Nice. Do we need to download a new patcher? You shouldn't have to, no. You can't even get to the repair screen? I don't know what's going on with that. I'm a firm believer that people are being too nice to the devs. I like the community is too nice to the devs sometimes, and and the devs themselves are too nice to each other. Like they don't want to tell each other that they're doing a bad job. Like, hey, man, that looks great. You're doing fantastic. Keep doing it. Like, that, sure, that, I mean, some positive reinforcement is good. And I try to do that a little bit too. But at some point, somebody's got to tell you when you're doing something bad. How are you supposed to know? This XP is really slow now. We'll turn LFG on, see if we get a... The community's 80%. I mean, they are... There's a lot of, like, white knights and people that are just like... You know, yeah, but they're doing a great job. And I mean, I'm there too. I try to praise the game. I really do. But there's certain things that you just have to look at and be like, that's just bad. Like bad take. Very, very bad. Game has too much toxic positivity. I think so too, yeah. Like I'm all for the people that are positive about the game and they're looking forward to it, they're excited about it. I love all of that. But for people to just constantly just be like, it's a beta, it'll get fixed. Well, we hope it'll get fixed, but if nobody says anything bad, nobody tells you what's wrong, it won't get fixed. So I don't understand that concept, like where people think that the devs are just automatically going to see the issues and change the issues and fix the issues unless they're told about them. Like somebody's got to say something, right? To be honest, I think Druid would be able to switch into autumn or summer. Be clicking off the stacks instead of casting the opposite season spell to get the change. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't messed around with the wizard or the druid enough in all those changes. Like I don't want to say if it's good or bad because I haven't tested it. Like I don't just say things are good or bad without actually looking at them and doing them, despite what people think. Some people think that I just hate on the game, and it's like I don't hate on the game. I actually look at it and say what's good and what's bad. People keep telling everyone who doesn't like the wizard changes that it just takes more skill. It's really insulting. So if I don't like the wizard changes, it's because I'm stupid, unskilled idiot. It's not about skill, man. It's the numbers are bad. The numbers are off. Like that's the thing is it depends on what you're talking about. The glyph system doesn't take any more skill. It just takes memorization. And the glyph system has a positive to it, which is having 36 spells at your disposal at any given time. That's a very big positive. But there's also a big negative to it, and that's the cast time for the spells. So they didn't offset the cast time like they said they were going to do. They literally responded to it and literally said, we're going to decrease the cast time when you use the incantations. And then they didn't do that. Like, that feels bad, man. Like, that's bad. Bad wizard change, but I'll say it's a great change if they send me a PvE beta key. Well, good luck on your PvE beta key. But don't do that. Please don't do that. So when you say bad things about the game to be fixed, people hear you are saying bad things about them. I mean, sure, that might be what they hear, but that's not what. It's not my intent, you know. It's not my intent. If I drew a picture of something and somebody was like, "Man, that picture looks like garbage," I'd be like, huh, okay. Well, I did my best. No, I mean, I feel like I would say like, oh, well, can you teach me how to do it better? What is exactly do you think is bad about it? Like, learn from your mistakes. Right? Learn from your mistakes. I wish I was unskilled idiot and just need to get good with the wizard. That means I could just copy a better player and get good in a couple days. It's not about getting good with the wizard. Wizard is bad. It's just bad. Never played a wizard in any of the playtests before. What do they change? Everything. They changed a lot. Like they gave it all like whole new sets of spells that weren't there before. They took away some spells. It's just, yeah, it's just bad. I could talk about it all day, technically. I could sit here and just rag on the wizard all day long, but we already went over all the bad stuff of the wizard. They can be fixed, but holy cow, did they go live with a lot of obvious problems? That's the thing, right? That's what concerns me more than anything, is the problems were so blatantly obvious. Like, how were they missed? Deep Dive described making Wizard better for sustained damage, groups, etc. If they nerfed quadding but made us better at soloing a single mob and better in groups, I'm fine with that. I agree the AoE spells were too mana efficient. Yeah, AoE spells are way too mana efficient. But nerf both. Yeah, but then they nerfed both soloing and grouping. Now, one can say, and this is what the devs are going to say, I can guarantee you, clip it, let me know when they say it, because I could almost assuredly say it's coming. They're trying to go the direction of better gear, requiring gear upgrades rather than just buying a spell and moving forward. That's what they're trying to do. They just failed miserably at it. So that's what they're going to say. I guarantee you. I'm just waiting for Sean to stream or Jahar or Zilla or somebody to come in and be like, get better gear. That's what they're going to say, is that gear is now more important. And if you are doing terrible damage, you need to gear up more. But, yeah, it's not, they didn't hit the mark with that. Small indie team. That's another thing they're going to say, is that they're a small team of volunteer developers, etc., etc. Yeah, they are, but that's not an excuse for giving bad content. You know, like, you boasted how you're making good stuff, they're making good progress, etc., etc. Small indie team just means things are going to come out slower. It doesn't mean things are going to come out bad. It just, they won't do them as quickly, right? Because it takes more time because you're a small indie team. Like, I honestly am tired of hearing that excuse from any dev. Not just Monsters and Memories, but from any of these games. Oh, we're a small indie team. Okay, then take your time and do what you need to do, but do it right. Never thought AoE spells were meant for XPing. They were always meant for XPing, but they were way too efficient. Feel the int changes are good on Elementalist? Well, yeah, because you haven't had your spells gutted yet. Just use the excuse they're a small volunteer team. They do, yeah. Just tuned in. Do you have a video out with your thoughts on the wizard changes? Not yet, no. I thought you don't think they're good, but I was hoping to hear some in-depth reason as to why they're bad. No, I just talked about it at the beginning of the stream today. I haven't made a video on it. Current state, that means wizards are going to suck around level 40 plus because there isn't much gear and no one will want to... yeah, well, that's the issue, right? That's another issue altogether, is that gear... they're making gear very important, but they haven't added the itemization in yet. So, like, Gear is important. No items, right? Like you gotta, if you're gonna make gear so important, then you need to itemize them. You know, like you gotta allow for us to get the items to actually play the class. That excuse worked 20 years ago. I don't think. Be more positive. Wizard changes means less wizards one-shotting me on PvP server. I mean, sure. Sure. They should add drops for some uncommon rare drops of +1 stat. Kind of like how skeletons can carry a cracked staff sometimes. Yeah, they could do that. What I need is a guide or chart. Show me what my int wiz needs to be sustainability at a specific level. The glaring problem is they are adding too much work for themselves. They only need to fix a few things for wizard, and they overcomplicated it. I would agree with that. They did overcomplicate it. I mean, I like the glyph change. I think the glyph idea was neat, but yeah. I played with it for about 15 minutes and just came to the conclusion that it wasn't for me anymore. Yeah, the wizard's just bad, man. It's just bad. They may need to push back EA. I feel like the update came out bad because they were trying to crunch. Yeah, that's another issue that we're going to probably see. I agree. Like, are they trying to push this stuff out too quickly? Because now they only have 5 months. I mean, what it was before was bad. What it now, it's abysmal. Maybe the plan is to have items roll out, but they drop these classes now to test on larger scale. Well, I mean, that's what they did, but the thing is you can't really test it if you don't have the itemization in. That's the problem, right? Something that Sean's been talking about a little bit is, and I'm totally on board with this, is that these changes are going to slowly come in. So we're going to see like TTK changes. We're going to see the class changes. As they are ready, Wizard was not ready. But as they are ready, they're going to release them, and they're not going to necessarily line up properly. That's going to be the case. So I'm trying to look at it and say, okay, well, the DPS of the Wizard might be a little bit low. Maybe that's the direction they want to go. So let's not talk about the DPS of the Wizard. You know, like I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt there. But the problem with that is that it's not just the DPS is low. It's that the scaling is off. The math is off. Because you have a spell at level 39 and then a new spell at level 40, and the new spell you get at level 40 is more mana efficient than the level 39 spell. Why? Why would that be the case? You bought a new spell and it's not an upgrade, and it's a higher level spell. In fact, the spell that you get at level 29 is more mana efficient and better to cast than the level 60, than being level 60. Like, why is that? That should not be the case. Like, you don't feel like you get an upgrade. That makes no sense. And that's not even the damage numbers. That's not that it's weak when you fight mobs. It's just the math doesn't look good. Like, why would you do that? You can play without using glyphs. You can play without using glyphs, yeah. But that's, again, not the issue. If I hear Sean one more time on stream say that Wizard is still good if you're skilled enough and that it is a skill issue, I'm unfollowing and deleting the game. It's not a skill issue. Nothing that I've seen that's an issue so far is a skill issue. Like, literally nothing. Do you think they are trying to appeal to more modern players versus the old school feel of the class previously? I don't know. Maybe. I think they're trying to add options for different types of players, which you could argue is good or bad. I can see that both sides. Like, I think the glyph system, ultimately, the glyph system is okay. But yeah, that's not the issue that I have at all. What characters that you're leveling right now? This is a Spellblade. He says playstyle issue. He does say playstyle issue sometimes, yeah. You can tell, by the way, whatever class somebody's playing by looking at their health bar here at the top of the screen, or wherever their health bar is, because they can move it around. Where their name is, straight to the right of that, it says the class and level. I know that it's very small, it's hard to read, but I just wanted to throw that out there for people that may not know that you can see that there. Glyphs aren't the issue on Wizard, all the numbers are. Exactly. All the numbers are the issue. The glyphs aren't the problem. I can learn to live with or without the glyphs. Like, I don't care either way on that. 260 Wizards, and I'm telling you right now, the system is just undercooked. It needs a few more passes. It needs a lot of passes, yeah. It needs somebody actually playing it. Wizard's bad. It's just bad. There's no fireball line of nuke until 48. Yeah, like, what was up with that? They don't give you an actual fire spell until level 48. And then it's the most efficient spell in the game. More efficient than Greater Fireball? Like, what? It's too small for me to see on my phone. Yeah, yeah. You didn't know. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I just wanted to let people know, just in case. I know some people know that, some people don't know that. So, I don't think people are understanding the math issue. Criddle is trying to explain. Cast the level 29 spell 5 times would do the same damage as a level 60 spell, but have more mana left over. Yes. Yes. Because it's more mana efficient. And I don't know if that's because they're saying, oh, but the level 60 spell does more damage in a single cast. So DPS-wise, which is damage per second, so over time, yes, the higher level spell does more damage in a singular cast. But once you run out of mana, you're out of mana. And you do 0 damage. So you're always going to want to cast the most efficient spell. Even if you're trying to burn a boss down, you still want to cast the most efficient spell because you're going to eventually run out of mana anyway. For you, the glyphs are the issue primarily? Oh, well, I mean, you don't have to use the glyphs, so that's not an issue, I don't think. The level range of spells feels like this. Work here for 2 years, and your pay will gradually increase from $25 per hour to $30 per hour. Once you have been here for 2 years and 1 day, your pay will go to $25.50 per hour. But once you reach 4 years, your pay will go to $32. Yeah, it's kind of like that, Pity. It's almost exactly like that. Like you're gaining, and then all of a sudden you hit a point and you're like, wait a minute, why did I buy this new spell? It's now worse. Because you didn't gain more intelligence by buying that new spell. Your stats didn't change. But you bought a new spell. That new spell should do more damage. Period. It should just do more damage. Wait, why am I fighting this yellow skeleton? This thing's going to kill me. Counter argument would be then you don't have the correct amount of int for your level. Well, the problem with that is they need to itemize the game better. Can players get that amount of int that they are telling you that you're supposed to have? My wizard is not like ultra mega twinked, but it's got decent gear. It's got gear that you would probably get while you level up to level 60. So, you know, like, you're telling me that I'm supposed to feel bad on my wizard when I hit level 60 and I get new spells and I'm like, yay, I finally reached level 60 and I've got decent gear that I gained throughout my leveling process, but my new level 60 spells are just worse than everything I had before that? That it shouldn't be that way. Like, that's silly. That's just silly. The numbers are scuffed right now. I also hate how they designed the structure to the glyphs. You should be building the foundation of the spell first and adding the variable flavor at the end. This is like 100 times easier system to read, learn. That is how it works. You do the foundation and then you do the additions. Although it's very buggy. It's very, very buggy. Glyphs are overcomplicated. A class people are going to want to play. Most of the players. Let's not act like 80% of the player base is looking for an EQ clone. That's legally distinct. I mean, yes and no. I do not believe glyphs are optional. You will never be able to squeeze 36 spells out of a 5 slot any other way. They're introduced 2 spender spells that are now mandatory for wizards. So on top of everything you play with before, you now also have -2 slots. I mean, yeah, that is kind of true. They do add that. Isn't how it works. That's the opposite of how it works. Currently, you add flavor, then spell structure. Do you, though? Well, I guess, yeah. If you're casting Fireball, you cast Hill first, which is ice. Then you add in Dur, which is fire. So, yeah, that is kind of backwards. But when you look at, like, your Insidious Ice, it's Hill first and then Nas. So Hill is the ice. Game literally is made to take a portion of old and current EQ player base. I mean, it's not. Helter Smelter. That's your want of the game. It's not that. That's what people coming from EverQuest want this game to be, is an EverQuest 1.5. So they're hoping that this game is built on that. That is never what the devs have said. So this was never meant to be an EverQuest 1.5 game. See how bad it is? Well, no, this is just messed up. This has nothing to do with going away from EverQuest, and everything to do with just them screwing it up. They could have gone this direction, made the numbers right, and it could have been fine. Like, it has nothing to do with them going away from the EverQuest feel. Nothing at all. So I disagree with that. That's just people wanting it to be EverQuest. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It was broke. And it needed fixing. They just broke it more. You know, if you're driving around in your car and your car breaks down, you don't take apart the entire engine and then put it back together poorly. Right? You gotta take it apart, fix the problem, put it back together. They made an initial mistake that can be fixed. EQ's wizard design isn't the only good wizard design. Yeah, I mean, There's a lot of ways they could do it. A lot. They just got to find one that works for them and then implement it properly. That's the problem, is just a very poor implementation. They copied a bit much, including zone layout, etc., so people assumed. Yeah, that's the problem. They copied way too much of EverQuest. And then when they change it and go away from EverQuest, now they have people going, well, this was supposed to be EverQuest. And they have a valid point there that they very much did make EverQuest 1.5. So people can be a little bit upset, like, hey, you're going away from what you originally created. But they have not gone away from what they originally envisioned. Those are very different things. So I will give the devs credit on that. They absolutely have envisioned a different game. They just didn't do a good job putting it in. Maybe play a bit safer sometimes. I disagree with that too. I think you know, if they go a bit risky and they do a good job with it, then you know, that's a good risk. They just failed at it. And that sucks. Need your help. I'm looking for the island you quad-kited on. What number is it on the wiki map? I don't know. Where's Shallow Shoals? Is it even out here? Outdoor zone, Sungri, Shaded Dunes, Shallow Shoals. There it is. Golly. Number 4. I wish they kept the server numbers. Would be interesting. I got invited to a party. Sure, why not? Shira Camp and Shaded Dunes. I'd rather they take big swings that sometimes miss during beta than after EA starts. Me too. Yeah, like let's get to the positive side here for a second. This was a big blunder. However, I'm glad that they tried something new to see, okay, what's good, what's bad. I'm very glad that they tried something, because I think what they're trying ultimately is worth trying in beta. So I will give them that. Absolutely. I'm just really nervous because they said that they internally tested it. And it seems like they didn't. So I'm just nervous about that. I don't think their intent is to make EQ Clone, but a classic MMORPG, which is a category. Yes. They're trying to make an old school classic style MMORPG. Absolutely what they're trying to do. This is a huge patch. Monster HP, stats, 4 classes. What I have seen in the design, it's good. I mean, again, these are small changes, or not small changes. These are some of the changes that are coming for a much larger change that's coming down the road. The problem is right now we're getting them piecemealed. So, you know, we need a whole pie, but we got a small slice of the pie, and that slice of the pie just doesn't taste good. with, I guess a better way to put it is we're baking a pie, right? And right now we've only added in some of the ingredients to the pie. So it's not really tasting that great. We need to add more sugar. We need to add more whatever to make the pie taste good. Or a stew or whatever analogy you want to do for cooking. But like we're sprinkling in a little bit here and there, and it's just not there yet. And what they added was bad. Unfortunately, in a pie situation, you can't really take out what was added. You got to like add more stuff. They need to take away what they did, like in some cases. So anyway, it just needs to be adjusted a lot. Did they hurt their brand trying to change and turning people off the product? Possibly, yes. That is very possible to hurt their brand. Let me get a Speed of the Wild real quickly. No risk, no reward. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, they got to take some risk. I'm happy with them taking risk. I'm very happy with them taking risk. I am very sad with how they implemented things and thought, hey, this is in a good place. Let's send it out. Like that really saddens me. Level 1 spell does 10 damage at 5 mana. Even if that is higher efficiency, you would out-level it because you need more damage. No. If the next level spell isn't better efficiency, you would continue to use the previous spell. Absolutely continue to use the previous spell. Have they fixed the buffs stuff? Yeah, they fixed the buffs where they... Yes. We're about to find out. I'm about to zone with these buffs. Still have buffs. Yes, we're good. I don't understand why they didn't gradually increase the TTK. Feels like they jumped it from 10 to 100. I think they needed to make a big change like that. I'm actually kind of okay with that. I wanted to see a more drastic change to TTK. I really wanted to see that. So yeah, I'm happy about that one. Okay, who's the main assist? Necro, Shaman, Druid, Spellblade. XP feels a bit too slow now, at least in hell levels. It was too fast before, but I think they overcorrected a little. I mean, that I don't know. That's kind of why I'm playing this character, to see how the TTK changes feel and the XP feels and all that. I mean, I know what it was previously, solo and in a group. But I wanted to make a brand new character. I haven't twinked this character at all. The only thing I've done is buy spells. So I don't have to worry about money. But nothing has changed up to like level 10, so I can't say if it's good or bad yet. How I feel on it. Less about it being the way EQ, more like things die so fast. Half our debuffs are useless. That was a problem, yeah. That was definitely a problem. I didn't buy the level 5 spell, did I? Forgot to buy level 5 stuff. Didn't I need to get something from the Ashira? Do I need the scout necklace for that quest? Which Necros could use or choose from one big skelly pet or like 4 small ones that are a quarter of the big one's power? I hope Necros get some kind of undead army swarm. I don't think they're going to get a swarm type ability. I don't think we're going to see that. I think what you're going to get from Necro is the ability to buff up your pet. And make your pets, like, much, much stronger, at least temporarily. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I think that could be a cool direction to go, is to have, like, I feel like maybe I didn't rinse my hair well when I washed my hair earlier. Yeah, it might be okay. I took a shower earlier, and I can't remember if I actually rinsed out my conditioner. But yeah, the like a pet, a skeletal army, you know, could be fun. I get it. They'd have to be careful just how they do it, though. But I don't see them going that direction, honestly. That seems more like a ARPG fantasy than anything. Just got home and noticed you're not on your wizard. What happened? Wizard is bad, brew. It's bad. But I told people that I would start leveling up a Spellblade today with the patch changes, so that's why I'm leveling a Spellblade. And I said that I would do it without twinking to get the actual feel of how a new player would get this. I might do like a little bit of itemization, like as we get higher level, throw on a piece here, piece there kind of thing. But yeah, I don't want to do it with too much twinking. What's bad with the wizard? A lot. It's just bad. Do they mess the wizard up? Yeah, it's bad. It's very bad. They fixed the Sal zoning issues? You talking about where the buffs drop off when you zone? Yes, they fixed that a little bit ago. Spirit powder. What's this for? Mystical powder used by shamans to attune with ancient... What's that? Doing the Lord's work. I just got beta access, but I can't even begin to imagine breaking the game down in this format. I try. I try to give you all, you know, solid information. I try to do it objectively, but people would disagree that I'm doing it objectively. Just want it to succeed. I do too. I want it to succeed, and that's why... You know, I'm very... I don't want to say negative. I'm very critical of the games because I do want it to succeed. And to be quite honest, they're not doing a great job right now. Like, they were doing a great job, and then they kind of screwed it up with this patch. Beastmaster would be losing more of all their spells, going more Berserker instead of Shaman. Yeah, Beastmasters are going to be very much like physical melee classes. Less Spellcaster. Criddle's hot takes. Yep, that's what it is. Shaman class needs more drug use. It's what makes IRL shamans need to run faster. I got a drug for that. Need that monster to be weaker or slower? Yeah, I mean, they could do it that way. Make shaman where they like throw powder in the eyes of their enemies. Think this game will be long-term life game or play, or are you anticipating a critical fall off? Everyone reverts back to P99? No. I think people... I think the game will be one of those games, if they make it the way they intend to, this will be one of those games that people play for a very long time. But it will have a massive drop-off. I think it's going to have 30 to 50,000 subscribers at level... or at launch, and then I think it will drop off very quickly after that. Like, it's gonna spike up, and then it's gonna drop down like this, but then over time it's also gonna come back up. And I think they're gonna have a decent player base over time, depending on what they do with like how they continue to make content and all that kind of stuff. But that's going to be a big, you know, if-win kind of thing. I'm playing Rogue as a main. It's tough to log in after the patch. They didn't even change Rogue, though. I mean, Rogue was not very good previously, but I hope it has more than just a launch if there's any hope for sustainability. I don't know. I think that's going to have 30 to 50,000 at launch, but I don't think it needs much more than that, to be honest. They nuked Rogue Stealth? Rogue Stealth was too strong. Like, It was too strong. It needed to be nerfed. Now, it feels bad on an already weak class to then have it nerfed. I agree with that. That does suck. But yeah, it was way too strong. Speed of the Wild, Dex, Stamina, Stimulants, Opiates, Healing. I mean, they could go that route, sure, with the Shaman. I don't know what they're going to do with the Shaman update. We'll have to see. The amount of stated gear available early in the starter zones, the TTK makes sense. Nerf-wise, most people don't seem to agree. With the amount of gear available in the starting zones, there's very little gear, honestly, because you're going to out-level it. I'm playing the game right now very normally, right? Aside from buying my abilities, I have 0 gear, for the most part. Somebody gave me this, but I picked up the rest of these items, and I'm level 5. So you're not going to get much gear. This is what I've been saying about their gearing system. They need, if they're requiring you to get gear at a low level to be able to progress, then they need to give you gear at a low level. If they're trying to say, well, then you have to go into dungeons, so you're trying to cram everybody into, like, Wormsbane at level 5? Is that the plan? Like, it's just, the whole thing's going to feel pretty bad. Didn't get a piece of gear with stats at P99 till level 25. Yeah, and I think that's fine. Like, I think that's fine. Just let it cook, I guess. Let's hope the 4 months they gave themselves is enough to get EA before EA, unless they plan to delay it further. I mean, yeah, I'm all for letting it cook, but dude, you got to turn up the heat. Something. You got to do something. You got to add the right seasoning, spices. Currently, it's just like a boiling pot of hot water. You're not really cooking anything. I understand the corpse run at level 1, but I should be able to get my group's corpse and be able to leave the dungeon I'm fighting in. Why? Why do you think you should be able to walk around completely unseen on a rogue? Just 100% unseen by most enemies in the game. Like, I can't do that on my fighter. So should I be able, on my fighter, be able to walk around and go wherever I want? That's all we had. I agree with you on... Okay, so I will restate it multiple times if I have to. I will restate it. The rogue was already fairly weak, and for them to get their stealth nerfed right now definitely feels bad. However, stealth was too strong and needed to be nerfed. The rogue needs a lot of love, okay? But the stealth, though, needed to be nerfed. It was too strong, ultimately. It was just a too strong ability. Now, could they have waited for the rogue to actually get its update before they changed it? Yeah, they could have. They didn't, but they could have. But the rogue stealth was too strong. Like, you gotta look at it. This isn't a live game. It's being tested. Things are being looked at. They need to see how this is going to play out. Why did it not need nerfed? Why? It was too strong, guys. Like, it's too strong of an ability. You're level 1 and you could walk up and around level 50 mobs? Like, why? Why is that, like, I don't, like, tell me why you would need that. It doesn't make sense. Says in the description, some classes use the shadows, but rogues live in it, and invis is better than stealth. No, stealth was better. Stealth was permanent. You started at level 1. Doesn't take mana cost. Instant cast. Like, there's a lot of positives to stealth, guys. Yes, but now you always have to be behind. You don't always have to be behind. Not at all. Now a mob that is higher level than you can potentially see you. You don't have to be behind them. I don't understand. Rogue was nice to explore and learn dungeon layouts. Okay, cool. That's fantastic. Still makes it too strong. Maybe you're not supposed to learn the dungeon layout as a level 1 rogue. Maybe you need to actually get to the right level and explore it with a group. That's what's intended. It took the challenge away by being able to just run around and completely stealth and just get through dungeons. It removed the challenge. Where was the challenge? Hit one button, I am perfectly safe to walk through this entire dungeon. There's no challenge. There's no real advantage except for CR. Well, yeah, but get higher level. Level up. That is what they changed. Is they now it requires you to level your rogue before you can go into a higher level dungeon. That's all that really changed. And people are complaining about that? Why? Because you want to be able to be a low level character and go up to very deep red mobs and walk around and explore places? Like that's your argument? Is you want to be able to explore? Like that's okay, cool. I want to be able to tank on my level 60 fighter where AC has been broken for a year. Or well, technically for 5 years. Just making level 1's rogue for CR runs was also silly. It was very silly. It's extremely silly, and that's what they're fixing. I don't understand why people are so upset about it. The idea of being able to stand directly in front of something and be fully hidden without magical means has always been silly. It's extremely silly. I agree. I don't... You can't CR your group's corpses. You don't have blue mobs. Maybe the idea is that you're supposed to be fighting blue mobs, not yellow and red con mobs, which is what people are fighting. That's the problem. Is the game has been far too easy for far too long, and now everything just feels like a nerf. It was never meant to be this easy. Do you like the AC nerf? There was no AC nerf that I know of. Only copy the bad parts of EQ, not the fun parts. I mean, sure. That's a matter of perspective or personal opinion, I guess. Same can be said for feign death. Feign death can fail. Stealth couldn't fail. You hit it, you're stealth. It couldn't fail. And you could walk right up to a mob, right underneath them, and it didn't fail. Stealth was hide plus sneak, so you go in front of mobs. Yes, correct. You could hide in front of mobs. Supposed to 6-man blue mobs? Maybe. Yeah. Maybe that's the intent. I don't know. You have to ask the devs that. That's a question for them. I have no idea what the intent is for the difficulty of mobs you're supposed to be fighting. But I can say that running around fighting red mobs was ridiculous. What does white and yellow actually say? So white con mob is the same level as you. Yellow means it's 1 or 2 levels higher than you, and then red is 3 or more. You add C stealth mobs and traps that break stealth, not nerf stealth across the board. Sure, they could have done that. That's a different route they could have gone. Instead, they went the route, which I think is a better route than just adding in random traps that are everywhere. That, like, what would the traps do? Are they only going to break stealth, or are they going to be traps that trigger when players hit them? So then you can't go through a dungeon without having a rogue in your party? Is that the plan? But would it not? Is it not better to say, hey, I am a level 60, right? You are a level 1. Your stealth skill sucks. My perception skill is amazing at level 60. I can see you with your stealth. It just makes sense, logically. Like, I don't understand why people are so against that. It doesn't make any sense to me, like, why you would be against that. What's the timestamp when you started talking about the changes? As soon as I loaded up the stream, and I went on a rant about Wizard for like an hour and a half. When do people get invis? Level 8. Something like that, yeah. The stealth nerf is overblown. In a positive or negative way. I don't know what you mean. Like, people are... It legit functions the same at level or near level mobs. Exactly. Yeah, like, it's... Level up your rogue. If you're having trouble, level up. I don't know what to say to you. Or, I don't know, actually be careful when you're going near mobs in a zone. It shouldn't be just this, I'm stealth, therefore I am invulnerable to everything kind of ability. Like, I just disagree. Con 1 and see what the text says? Oh, you mean con, like, what does it actually say? This says very hard to read. Oh, you mean like it says this would be a tough fight, this would be whatever fight, that kind of thing? Should a level 8 be able to run past 60 mobs? No, they should not. I think that invisibility is also too strong. I mean, but we're not talking about invisibility, we're talking about stealth. But sure, if you want to throw invisibility into the arena, yes, invisibility is too strong of a skill and needs to be nerfed. Next question. Like, I don't know where you guys are going with this. They're separate skills. They can have separate functionality, but they're both too strong. Maybe they should change stealth from ability to skill that has a skilled up like tracking. Sure, I'm okay with that too. It's another option that they could do. There's a lot of different options. They chose one path. Is that path the best possible path? I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah, I can't really read what these say. It says it might prove difficult in battle as a blue con mob. It might prove difficult in battle. I don't know what yellow and white con mobs say. I don't remember. I haven't read them in a while. Now Invis is overpowered? No, Invis has always been overpowered. Invis is not now overpowered. It has always been overpowered. The nerf to Rogue Stealth did not change Invis in any possible way. Like, there is no argument there. It's a silly argument. It literally did not. The two skills do not affect each other, but both of them can be too strong. Why not just add some mobs that can see through sneak and invis? There's plenty of them out there. Add a few more. That's another option, and they are doing that. That, guys, we've said it. I don't know how many times today alone. These are small changes that they're making for the overall difficulty of the game. They have to do them one at a time, or they could continue to just make the game and then send out one giant update with everything finished. Sure. These are changes that are going to happen, and then we're going to have to look at them and go, okay, they're better, they're worse, whatever. Like, I don't know why people are so against it. Wait, can we only have one of these? These are lore. Okay, yeah. This one says, views you as a threat. Battle would be quite risky on a white con mob. Just for whoever was asking that. White con mob. Battle would be quite risky. To be honest, with how stealth is right now, your level is your skill. It is, yeah. Your level is your skill. And you could kind of look at it that way, that if they added skill to it, then it would still be the same thing, because you still have to level up to increase the skill on it. So it would kind of do the same. So now I have to pick a different class to play since Rogue is trash. Rogue has always been kind of trash, but not because of stealth. I don't know, man. It's not a small change. They gutted the entire class, most iconic ability. Not really, no. They just made it. They made it more. I guess skill based, or. So. You think this is literally what I'm hearing out of the people that are so against the nerf to stealth. You think that pressing a button that's called stealth just gives you the free reign to walk around wherever you want if the mob doesn't have C and Viz. That's how you think it should be. Not okay, I'm pushing stealth, but I'm going to be a little bit careful with where I go and the mobs that I interact with, and I have to actually look at the con of the mob, look at the level of the mob, make sure that I'm actually moving stealthfully through the dungeon, not getting right in their face and going, hey mob, I'm right here, hello, but you can't see me. Like, you think that pushing one button should just be a win scenario. That's what I'm hearing. Like, what they changed was pushing one button and then actually going, hey, there's a mob there. Like, let's say this skeleton right here is the mob. Oh, crap, there's a skeleton. I'm going to go way out this way, or I'm going to go sneak behind it this way. Like, that's what they did, is they just made you have to be aware of your surroundings rather than be like, oh, there's a mob. I don't care. I'm stealth. I'm just going to go right through it. Like, that's just silly. Like, that's dumb, actually. It's not even silly. It's just dumb. My stealth is so powerful, I'm completely immune to all monsters because I pushed a button? Like, why do we think this is not strong enough? Like, I don't understand. That's great outdoors? Okay, so you're telling me that dungeons are more dangerous? Oh my goodness. Heaven be... Dungeons are harder to navigate? I don't, like, what? I'm sorry, but you're not really helping your case here. I don't understand, dude. As a 60 rogue, there are plenty of things that see it. You already have to be careful. Like what? Undead can see through invis, and dogs can see through it. Okay. I don't know. I took a level 1 rogue and ran all throughout Telekir. Why should I be able to do that? Okay, so a few mobs can see through stealth and see through invis. So what? I mean, some mobs should be able to. Like, I don't understand why. I don't understand why that's a big deal. I just don't get it. It's not strong enough. I need to be able to navigate through walls. Yeah, like where you want to teleport everywhere? I don't know. You can't give people OP skills that make them normally powered without upsetting people. It's just a fact of life. I mean, I commented on that months ago. This game has been far too easy for far too long, and now it's just nerf, 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 nerf. Everything is going to feel bad and feel like a nerf. They should have started the opposite direction. Made the game way too difficult and then slowly buff people up. They didn't go that route, so here we are. This is where we're at now. But they absolutely should have gone the route of things should have been way more difficult from the onset, and then they just buffed things over time. Make the game impossible and then slowly make it easier. Much better way to go. But people would still complain about that too, because they'd be like, well, I did it when it was hard, so I'm a better player and you needed to learn to get good. And it would just, that argument would come about. It doesn't matter which way you go with it. There's going to be an argument either way. We should know better than get attached to our power during beta. Yeah, like, come on, guys. Like, these are all things that are going to be changed over time. I don't know why people are so stinking upset. Like, a lot of this stuff is going to change over time. That's just the way it is. At least a third of the players quit before level 10. Okay. What does that mean? Maybe they thought this was going to be a different game. Maybe they just wanted to try it out. Maybe they don't have. Maybe they don't want to ruin it for when the game comes out in 1.0. I mean, I don't know. Go ask them why they quit. You played MnM with gear on? Noobs? I mean, right? What? You geared up, bro? What the heck, dude? You're supposed to play level 1 with no gear on. Like, what is this? Dark Souls? You're supposed to feel progression in this game, not start level 1 as a rogue and automatically super powerful, and nothing can see through your invis. Like, of course, as you get higher level, things should be able to see invis and see through your stealth, and you should have to be a little bit careful. Like, you're playing a game. You're not like, you know. I don't get it. I don't get it. There's a reason they can't keep a player base. Sure, it's beta. That's part of the reason. You haven't given a single valid reason for why they can't keep a player base right now. They're not keeping maybe certain players, and that's fine with them. They only want some players. Like, I don't know. Not talk politics? No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Does it hurt anyone else's gameplay for rogues to have OP stealth? Yes, it does. Absolutely does. Generally curious how old rogue stealth was bad for the game. In the same way that having overpowered speed of the wild, making it too fast, and having certain classes that can cast it, in the same way. It's not the jealousy. It's that it. If the game is too easy for some classes, it's going to make people gravitate towards those classes. You know, for corpse runs, it's going to make everybody have a level 1 rogue. And you're required to now have a level 1 rogue to go do corpse runs. Rather than learning to play better, or rather than learning the layout of dungeons, or rather than actually communicating with other players and learning ways to get your corpse back, you instead just rely on your level 1 rogue. That's how it hurts the game. Hurts the game in a lot of ways. Exactly. Is it Maka? You know, like, make friends. I don't know. Having a level 1 rogue is not a solution. It's a crutch. It's an absolute crutch. I have never, ever, ever, in my entire time playing this game, that I could, let me think. I'm trying to think if I ever have had to get a rogue to get my corpse. Never have I done that. So, I don't think that having a rogue with super crazy high stealth for corpse recovery is necessary. I can't think of a single time that I've done it. Now you can't rely on at a concept for rogue CR. It might be yellow. Yeah, because Invis is also a thing. I've used Invis, yeah, sure. I've used Invis. Invis is also too powerful. I say the same thing about that. So that doesn't... I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. Never used it, but it's still a problem? Yeah, it's still a problem because I have used it to run around in places that I shouldn't be in. Oop, that was a cloth cotton belt. I've had to utilize Rogue and Black Tide Bay to get corpses. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't agree with Rogue being ungodly powerful. I don't get it. I'd say giving one class all the Invis types is a bit strong. I would agree with that. Right now, Shaman has Invis and IVU and Undead versus Beast, or Invis versus Beast. It's got all three. Too strong. Very old EverQuest player here. Nice. Yep. I mean, I agree with you. I think that Shaman right now is too powerful. Like it's got too many Invis options for sure. Why would Shaman have IVU? I don't know. Ask the devs. But they don't need it. Well, I mean, it makes sense a little bit thematically because they are very in tune with their ancestors. So it kind of makes sense thematically so that they could see their ancestors, you know, through whatever, you know, abilities. They could see their deceased ancestors. So, I mean, I guess a little bit makes sense lore-wise. But, yeah. But they also have Invis versus Animal and regular Invis. It's too much. Why do Beastmasters get Invis versus Beast Clicky Cloak? 99% of animals are friendly to us? I don't know. I don't know, man. These are all dev questions. I can tell you what I agree and don't agree with, but I can't tell you why they do what they do. The cleric have to make players want to play it over the other two healers, Res. Right now, yeah, Res, which I disagree with. I don't think that Res is a good enough... It's not a good enough reason to play a cleric. What they did have was their stun line, so they could stun mobs, which was very powerful, and the other classes didn't have it. But Druid now has an interrupt. So... Kinda screwed that one up with the Druid changes, and I don't like that. I don't think that the Druid should have an interrupt ability. Thematically, Spellblades would have gate. Gameplay-wise, it's a bad idea. Yeah, I guess maybe. Spellblades do cast spells, you know, just like their wizard counterparts. Time to get banned from MnM Discord? Good luck. Don't worry, they have it now at level 51. Wait, do they actually have gate at level 51? Wait a minute, what? What do they get at level 51? I don't think I looked. Love how they said they're giving ways for all classes to escape combat, then throw Spellblade Gate at level 50 freaking... do they actually have a gate spell? What is it called? I haven't looked that deeply into Spellblade yet. People will harass you if you don't res them, and they will ruin your reputation on your server. Happened to me on EverQuest. Yeah, I don't want to play a cleric because of that reason. People will just get mad at you. Be like, ah, you have to res everybody. You played a cleric. Ah, that's your job. Are you going to help the cleric level? Do you even want to put them in your party? You know, are you going to help them out in any possible way for them to res you? You know, a lot of people don't. They just get gate at level 51. Wow. That's weird. I mean, I've said it many times. I'm all for every class having some sort of Hearthstone type ability. So, you know, them getting gate at level 51 is whatever. Escape combat means like a root or snare or stun. It could be, yeah, it could mean a lot of things. Root, snare, stun, a sprint ability, all sorts of stuff. What percent of reses do they get? It starts at, I think, 25 or 15% and goes all the way up to 95%. Yeah, I think their first one's level 8 and it's 15%. I think. Lily is one of the most loved people on the server, cleric, but won't res you if in group. Will after. Yeah, Lily is pretty nice, yeah. Hey, it's Mimi. Hello, Mimi. Yeah, Lily will res. Kaz will also res a lot. If you know Kaz. Kaz is my personal pocket cleric. It's a friend of mine. It's his character. The only reason I find it silly is because every other class gets gate at like level 8. Yeah, they do. They get it at level 8, and then all of a sudden Spellblade gets it at level 50. It's weird. I don't disagree. It's a weird decision. But them having gate, I mean, I think everybody should get a gate type spell. Don't harass people, but they will res on their time. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of people on the server that'll res you. There's quite a few. Lily is definitely known for resing people. And Kaz, I know, reses people all the time because I'm like, Kaz, we need you over here. And he's like, I'm resing people. And we're like, forget those people. We need you over here to do this other thing. He won't ever go out of his way to res me, though. So, like, it's kind of mean, actually. I have to, like, somehow get myself resed. Like, he just doesn't do it for me. I go back and forth on the gate point. I mean, I could see it both ways. If they never give a gate type of ability or Hearthstone type of ability, then, you know, is that bad? I don't know. Maybe. Sean said he would rather remove gate than give it to all. Yeah, he did say that. He would rather remove gate than give it to all the classes. But he can give it to all classes but one, and that statement remains true. So we'll see. XP is generally fast enough. I don't bother looking for a res outside of hell levels. I would say that is true. Is this a better weapon? Rusty Longsword, 638, 428. 6 divided by 38, okay, it's 0.15. 4 divided by 28 is 0.14. So yeah, it's better. Yay. Wait, where are we going? Meet on the East Coast near the docks. If you don't know where the... Okay. My inventory's full. I should have made myself some bags. I forgot to do that the other day. Update from Jahar on the caster change. We'll go read that here in a second. Make grouping even harder without gate, honestly. It does, yeah. Makes grouping way more difficult without gate. All right, so let's see what Jahar said. Game announcement. Is it under game announcements? Coming soon, but not live yet. Thanks for the feedback on the changes to intelligence and wisdom scaling. Ali mentioned it here in the caster stats. This is going well overall. I disagree. And adds extra value to gearing up your characters as you progress. This I would agree with. After considering the feedback and playing with some more groups on beta, we're going to make a change. Clerics, Druid, Shaman, Paladin, and Rangers will use Wisdom for their spell damage scaling instead of Intelligence. They'll continue to use Wisdom for healing. Okay, that's an interesting change, and I mean, that's okay. Sure, we can do that. While our goal was to add some diversity and stat choice when gearing up periodically, it wasn't working as well as we had hoped. This change should be in the beta live. Okay. That doesn't fix the wizard, though. At all. But I mean, so now their damage is going to. I mean, I don't know. It's fine, I guess. It just means that that those classes are now going to be able to only have to gear up one stat rather than have to gear up a multiple stats. So. I'm going to get salty if they don't force clear players' ability bars soon. I'm not going to lie. I mean, yeah, that could be an issue. I still have a couple abilities on my wizard. I'm going to go grab my my spells here, level 5 plus. It does continue to make stats with both int and whiz very weird. Yeah, it does. How's Spellblade so far? I mean, it's very basic. I mean, I'm only level 5, so I'm just basically auto-attacking. I don't have all of the tools in place yet, so it's hard to really tell. But I'll let you know as we get higher level. Guess it's different for me since I'm on the PvP server, but some people got godly loadouts right now because the mix of legacy spells. My wizard is 77% spell haste. Do you really have 77% spell haste? Is actually adding up? Like the old spell and the new spell add together? That seems kind of silly. That's pretty bad blunder. Still have instant heal, mana regen on my druid. Also a rank of touch healing that was removed. Yeah. Still have the level 60 mana missile. Hits 3 times harder than the new ones and costs 0 mana. I didn't have that one. That one wasn't on my bar, unfortunately. And you still have greater invis? Wow. Yeah, that's a pretty big one. Yeah, they need to just clear all the spell bars. That's true. I agree with you guys. Well, all right. So we got Kinetic Ward, and then we're gonna buy level 6, and we're gonna buy level 7, and we're gonna buy level 8, and I'm gonna run out of slots. Can't scribe that one. Okay. You cannot scribe Kinetic Ward on this tab. Try another. What? An innate? Oh, the book already contains Kinetic Ward. Whoops. Didn't realize that. Magic Protection. What's Kinetic Ward do? Construct a Kinetic Ward, increase your armor class by 10 and absorb 25 damage. Receive 15 seconds while Telekinetic Infusion is active. The mana cost of the spell is reduced by 25%. Okay, cool. Put that on here. I can't learn this one either? You cannot scribe Phase Strike. Must be level 7 or higher to use this ability. You're level 5. I don't know why I can't scribe these, though. That's annoying. All right, well, we got up to level 8 spells. If it was mimmed, can still use, I see. Yeah, if you had already mimmed it, you can still use it. Guess the druid's crying too much. I screwed up and didn't buy level 60 spells when they were 1 copper. Bummer, dude. Ellie Pet heals need to scale on intelligence. I mean, with the recent changes, yeah, maybe they should. Maybe they should. In light of recent events, I'm looking forward to see what they do with Monster Hunter. Oh, you're talking about the Shadow Knight? Yeah. All innate martial spells can't be pre-learned. It's annoying. Yeah, that's very annoying. Like, I want to be able to pre-learn some of these things. Nope, I'm going to need a refresh on my Speed of the Wild. Time is it? 1:47? Why does it have that? I'm special. Yeah, the devs, like, they really like me a lot. So they're like, hey, Criddle, we're going to give you this really cool nameplate. No, it's... if you hover over your nameplate and you hit your middle mouse button, it'll change. You have a lot of different options you can choose from. I have no idea if they're no longer 1 copper wool socks. I bought them yesterday when they were 1 copper. There's a lot of doom and gloom about the reworks. Well, Wizard was god-awful. It was completely... It was not tested at all. There's no way they tested that. If they did, then I'm gonna pick on them more, and I'm gonna say that they did a bad job with the testing. So, either way, they're getting a negative response from me for it. But yeah, like I don't know how I feel. This is an okay change, I think. That they're going to switch that over. But they got to do something about the wizard damage. I haven't seen what they're going to do with that. Wizard. You know, overall, I'm glad that the AoE spells are not mana efficient at all. Like, in some ways, I like that, and I'm happy about that. Yeah, the main thing that I'm just not happy with is as you level up, you just don't feel like you get an upgrade on the wizard. That just feels bad. Wait, am I getting XP? The heck did I get XP from? What the 8 spells for then? The AoE spells? What are they for? I mean, AoE spells, they were too mana efficient. They definitely needed to reduce the efficiency on them They may have gone a little too far with it, but they were too good. They're very much too good. They're not 1 copper anymore? That's a bummer, dude. They only made them 1 copper for a day? That feels bad, man. It feels really bad. Seems like it. That's not great for those who didn't get it log in yet. Yeah, like, you gotta give people more time than that. You expect people just to log in instantly? I mean, I was out of town for a family emergency until yesterday afternoon. I just happened to be able to log in yesterday afternoon and get my spells. But I almost didn't come back until like a couple days from now. I missed it, but man, people should have made a lot more complete spell book and sold them later. I mean, they could have done that, yeah. It's definitely an option. Okay, so we got a yellow mob. You would likely be defeated in battle, is what yellow says for those asking earlier. Now, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick, and give me like a couple minutes, like 2 or 3 minutes. Okay. So I wanted to get something to munch on too. I was getting a little bit hungry. My girlfriend's getting her driver's license today, so I got to figure out what's going on with that. She got to go to the DMV. Changing the cost to 1 copper and back to normal was a server-wide implication. Has a server-wide implication to the economy. If you bought a level 60 scroll at 1 copper, then sell it back to your NPC today, you'd make over 1 gold. Really? It's crazy. That is crazy. So she turned 16? Yes, my girlfriend turned 16. No. Nah, she's just getting her her driver's license here in South Carolina. All right, all right, all right. What does he say? The good thing about dating college girls is you get a year older and they stay the same age. Swear, man. That movie. So many bad things that happen in that movie. So many bad influences. Dazed and Confused? Yeah. You lost 3 spell books and only got 30 gold back? Yeah, they did not implement that very well. Making them 1 copper or whatever. I don't know what happened. What this is red to us. Why are we fighting this? Wait, am I not using an infusion here? What the heck's going on? Aura of the Arcane. Arcane Infusion. There we go. Now I'm using it. I don't know what's going on there. He says high school girls, but college sounds better. Well, college girls are also too young for me now, so. Middle-aged and angry. That's me. Dude, like, I don't know what the people are expecting. You healed, you're gonna die. Where rat head? Do I need that? I don't know who needs this stuff. That is true. The college girls are at least adults. SK quest for the rare rat hat? Is that what it is? Okay. I need to get the book from over here. I think. The logbook, I believe, is what I need. The healing herbs, I think, were for somebody. I don't remember who. You're having withdrawals? Uh-oh. They sell Earl Vendor for decent money? Do they? Okay, that's good. I don't need the money. I'm going to let other people get it. I'm not worried about money. Ooh, rawhide cap. Wait, what? Wait, what is the... Oh, it's 2 AC? Oh, let's drop it. I don't need no stinking money. Oh, whoops. This is a... Come on. Come with me. I mean, I guess we could pull 2 at once, huh? Maybe? About to find out. How's Spellblade so far? It's okay so far. I'm only level 5, though, so I haven't had a chance to really dig into it yet. I'm hearing it's rather clunky, so we'll see as we get higher level. You think Spellblade owns right now? Yeah, well, we'll see. What's a good spot to grind at level 12? Night Harbor side? Solo, duo? What are you in? I would say the cemetery should be good. If you can get into the Night Harbor Cemetery and get a group there. You could also try the bandits in Shaded Dunes. You can also go inside of Telekir and do the low-level stuff inside of Telekir. You could do the... well, there's a lot to do. There's a lot. When you get Flurry, things start feeling really juicy. Quad attack on command. Yeah, that Flurry sounds really good. I thought that was the Archer that got the Flurry shot thing. Love your videos. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, level 12 group would be pretty solid inside of Telekir. Or even like way down in the deep parts of Wormsbane, or you could even start Ancient Crypt probably around that level. Well, you could previously. You may not be able to anymore with the changes. I don't know. Cemetery that locks at night? Yeah, Cemetery that locks at night is probably where I would go. That'll take you up to about level 14, 15. What level do I get Meditate? 8? I think it's level 8. And then Dual Wield, probably around 10. Druid in my group, staying 100% mana, healing, nuking. You can see when they, in spring or fall, mana drops to 80%. Well, that seems pretty good if they're able to heal and nuke and stay at 100% mana. Might be too good. I don't know. Level 8 meditate and 10 is dual wield. All right. You know, I bought my spells up to level 8? Yeah, up to level 8, so we're good here for a little while. Should have made your Spellblade with blocking trait. Why with the blocking trait? When you pick the trade, it opens up the line that you normally wouldn't have. so you can truly block. Well, that sounds like a bug. Yeah, if they're not supposed to be able to block, then they shouldn't get that. Rawhide boots. Does it go past the 25 you start with? It shouldn't. I reported this like 4 months ago or so now. They said they're changing traits soon. Yeah, that seems like part of the problem. I guess the issue is, though, like once you get dual wield at level 10, you don't really want to block anymore. So cloth robe. So far, I'm not feeling like this is difficult at all for the first 6 levels. It's about the exact same as it was previously, so I don't think much has changed there. So that's probably a good thing. Spellblade is 105 agility, not including what ramps up with the new imbue. Agility plus real block is just insane mitigation. I guess, but I don't see how they would become better tanks than an actual tank class with agility and armor class and blocking. Like they have all of that, and parry and dodge, and they have everything. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not strong, and they should definitely fix that bug, but I don't see how they would become a better tank. Gotta play this for a week, open beta, and I'm itching. I never played this style of MMO and miss it greatly. Is the idea that there will be many different starting zones on launch? Yes. The idea is that every race will have its own starting city eventually. It might take a while to get there, but that's the plan. Should weave some spear between melee to spend mana. I'm using mana for this kinetic ward whenever I start to take damage, so we don't have to worry about healing. But I also found that the spear, because it has a 2-second cast time, I mean, I could do that, but it's the mitigation plus the temp shields of the class. Since you wear leather, you naturally have a lot more agility than plate wearers. Do you though? Like that's gear based. Does leather actually have more agility on it? If you really lean into the agility, I think it gets to a point where they haven't really balanced the game around it. They haven't. Agility is by far the best tanking stat. But I mean, my fighter has over 100 agility as well. Severed ring finger. I think monk with block would probably be the best, maybe. I mean, maybe block. It depends on how high their block can go. But monks don't get parry? Yeah, I don't think they get parry. So they lose out on that. As a plate wearer, almost seems like you got to downgrade to use agility in those slots. Yeah, I don't get a lot of it from my... I don't get a lot of agility from my plate gear. That's true. I get most of it from jewelry. Yeah, they need to fix the armor class thing as the issue. The whole reason that a Spellblade will be able to tank well compared to a tank is because armor class is kind of broken. Why is Wizard bad? Lots of reasons. It was not thoroughly tested. Been asking for so long for them to drop a real test server. We need a parse command enable. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. It's gonna be an issue. Can we kill the red ones? The red smugglers? I don't know if we can. Probably can. Gotta remember, it's all volunteer work at the moment. Test server would cost them extra. Yeah. We've talked about that a lot too. I'm tired of hearing that one. What would be your top picks for a class currently? Solo potential, group ability, overall fun, and design. Shaman's up there. Druid might be up there still. I don't know. Shadow Knight, if you want to play a tank. Good in a group, can solo. But yeah, I mean, you can't really say right now because they're in a they're trying to change a lot in the game currently. Like a lot. So thinking about Druid as your first pick. Yeah, Druid is it's a solid choice. It's going to give you a lot of versatility. You can solo with it. You can group with it. It's just got a lot of It's got a lot of options. They had enough capacity to carry on closed and open at the same time. They could do a testing along with closed. They could do another testing server, yes. Like, I wouldn't imagine a lot of people would be on it. Like a testing server that gets wiped often, but also has like the ability to level up your characters through like NPCs that could just set you to certain levels and give you base gear for that level to test those things out. Like that would actually be really nice to have. Would be nice. Rawhide versus cloth pantalones. I'm going to go with the rawhide pantalones. They do have test servers. They have the beta server that I'm playing on now. And then they have their internal testing servers. That's about it. They have an alpha closed server, but they're not planning on bringing over the characters from that. They're just operating on so much napkin math currently. Oh yeah, it's pretty bad. Just trying to be realistic with an understanding of the dev environment. Yeah. 100% what you said. So important to test different level ranges. Test level 10, polish that. Test level 20, polish that. Exactly. I mean, I think it's very important. And right now, they're just kind of throwing stuff together and feels bad at some levels, feels good at other levels. Like it's just kind of all over the place. And it's very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Unless they make crazy changes with possible wizard patch tonight. I just don't see it feeling good in its current state. Oh no, it's not good in its current state. It's in fact bad in its current state. The only thing good that came out of it was that they're trying something new. Swinging for the fences. Which, you know, that's sure, do that now in beta, but they got to have better internal testing. They really need to have better internal testing. More thorough internal testing. I mean, anybody that just loaded up a wizard could tell within a couple minutes that there was something off. Funny how LFG is full of wizards since the patch. Is it really? And honestly, no one should group with them. No, don't do that. I kind of want to play my wizard in a group to see how it feels. But I kind of don't. Like, I can tell you how it's going to feel. It's going to feel bad. I mean, overall, the amount of damage that the wizard does is probably close to what it did before in a group setting. At least at the higher level. No, I'm not mad that I can't quad kite now. Yeah. I only did the quad kite to prove how quickly you could level up a wizard and how easy it was to do, which I clearly showed that. It's broken and stupid. Was broken and stupid. And they've definitely fixed that, which is nice. But the issue now with wizards is I wouldn't want to use my highest level spell. In fact, I would want to use my level 48 spell on a level 60 wizard. Because the mana efficiency on the level 48 spell is much higher. So for a group situation where you want to have sustained damage over time, you want to maintain your mana pool, you have to use the most efficient spell that you have available to you. And that just happens to be a level 48 spell rather than a level 60 spell, which is silly. Like, it's just dumb. Like, why would I want to do that? Still do crazy damage, and now the reclaim magic, you never have to sit. If they drop the mana off new missiles. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really messed, like I said, I haven't really messed with it too much. I feel like the mana, with the reclaim mana, I don't know. I don't know if it's better or worse. I honestly don't know. But I guess reclaim mana does allow you to get some of your mana back without having to meditate. So that's good. That is a good thing. But yeah, I'd have to actually try it out in practice. So I see C and Viz will probably have the same frontal cone thing. Probably, yeah. And it needs to. It absolutely should. It's 100 mana every time you reclaim, so 5 darts, reclaim plus 100 mana. Well, the 5 darts cost you 50 mana, so it's only plus 50 mana to cast the 5 darts. So if you sit down and meditate, you're getting 50 mana every 6 seconds. So I guess it depends on how quickly you can get the darts and reclaim your mana. If you can get darts and reclaim quickly enough, then yeah, it's a way that you can continue to do damage while gaining mana, which yeah, sure, could be great. You have fun grouping in games, soloing is boring. I agree. I would rather group up all the time, which is why I'm a big advocate for removing the ability to solo so well. Because I feel like you can just solo too well in this game. Well, you could. They recently, with the change that they just had, made soloing much more difficult. So I like those changes. I'm glad they made some of these changes. Now they just need to balance it out a little bit more. You know, right now the wizard just feels bad. Mana to damage, but that could be the plan in the future. Like, the wizard could be the baseline for where they want their DPS to be, and they could bring all the other classes within line of that. It's just going to feel really off at the moment until they get all the other classes in with their new updates. So that's how I feel about the wizard. Like, maybe it's meant to be the current DPS that it is. But the mana efficiency and how it doesn't feel like it levels up is the bad part. Like, you don't feel like when you get a new spell that it actually is more powerful. It might do more damage, but it doesn't feel better. You're actually hurting yourself if you use the newest spell as you level up. Because it's going to cost you more mana. Archer damage didn't get nerfed, though, and it's already implemented. Well, yeah, that's maybe it was supposed to get nerfed and it didn't get nerfed enough. I don't know. I haven't played an Archer yet, so I can't comment on that. Some people still have endurance trait. Yeah. That whole thing feels bad. This might be 4 mobs. Let's find out. Nope, 3 mobs plus a named. Or 2. 3 mobs including the named. Dad? Nope. Not me. I know where my kid is. Liking the Spellblade? I mean, I am, but it's not high enough level yet for me to really give a fair assessment on. It just feels like any other class around this level. You have like a couple abilities to use. So, you know, hard to say. Did you get your logbook yet for Spellblade Class Quest? Not yet. I haven't seen it drop. I don't know what else I need. I need to get the logbook and what else? I was out there earlier and went forever without dropping, then dropped 2 in a row. Yeah, that happens. Spellblade doesn't have strike anymore? I don't think so. It's got infused slash. Oh, there's the logbook. Smuggle pages from Ashira camp. What, you actually need the pages for the logbook? Well, poop. All right. Well, I don't know. I'll have to look. I'll look for those at some point then. Not too concerned with it at the moment. Think everyone in our group has a necklace now? Nice. Yeah, I need to go do that quest. At some point. For the other item. But, I don't know. Kind of lazy. Lazy, lazy, lazy. Need something to camp? New announcement on Discord. Was it the one from Jahar? We already read that one. Yeah. Yeah, we read that one. You got the cloak? What cloak did you get? The giant napkin one or something else? There's a lot of things we need to go camp. But I don't know. The damage shield one? Nice. Awesome. Yeah, that's helpful. You know where it spawns? Good. Yeah, we're going to need that. Well, I mean, we may not need it if we have... We're still going to want it, probably. For, like, leveling and stuff later, but... I'm assuming we're going to have an Elementalist, so we should have damage shield covered. And before Elementals change to worse than Wizard? It might be. I still think they're going to have a damage shield, though. What's the next ability I get? Phase Strike? Yeah. Instantly teleport behind your target, dealing 80% weapon damage, activating your current infusion effect, and removing all stun and mobilize effects. Wow. So current infusion effect would be, it would proc this thing, doing some damage. And then Arcane Frailty. I wonder if it automatically procs that too. If it gets both. So I want to play this 7th Guest, the updated 7th Guest game. Really want to check that out. I don't know when I'm going to have time, though. It's a bummer, man. Bummer, dude. Oh, no, I'm blind! Quick Druid. Ooh. Druids can't cure blind. Dude, that lasts a lot longer than I remember. It's awful. You can dispel it as well? Well, that's good to know. It's not really one of those spells that is a big deal, honestly. Kind of just cosmetic outside of PvP. Yeah, it's just a How Spellblade updates? I mean, they seem okay, but I'm low level, so can't really tell you right now. Give me a couple days of playing it. Let me get a few levels, and I'll tell you how I feel about it. But right now, it's feels like any other melee class. Pull mob, spam a couple buttons here and there. Really not a whole lot to it. You have your enchanted rusty dagger. I have a rusty longsword. In its beast mode. These other guys are like super twinked. What is EA? I've seen this used a few times. Early access. It's a fancy word for game not finished. Buy it anyway. Honestly, I think it's a way for developers to crowdfund or crowdsource funds from customers. It's just another GoFundMe or Kickstarter or whatever. That's really all it is. This dev team seems to be a pretty passionate bunch. They do seem to be, yeah. And they're building this game out of pocket, so you know, they're not asking for money from anybody right now. And they built a lot of the game like a whole proof of concept kind of thing, which is good. Oh no! Help me! Save me! Notice you were pulling as a Spellblade. Is this normal? Is the class a good puller? No, not at all. But at this level, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter who pulls. It's just bring mobs to camp. That's really all that matters. Reclaim Essence got hit. Not in the patch notes. Was doing 75% damage to pet. Now it kills it. I think it was supposed to kill it. It's supposed to like dismiss your pet and reclaim some of the mana. It was the idea. But I don't think it was working properly. Does Spellblade have any crafting that must be done to unlock better weapons? Is the class also very heavily weapon-based? It does not have a specific, whatchamacallit, specific trade skill, no. It is very gear-based class, though. You need to have a lot of decks if you want to play the class well. If you want to be really good, you need to have a lot of decks. It's not in the fixed section. I mean, they're not going to say every single thing that they fixed. Right, they're not going to list everything. It might have just been one of those things that somebody fixed and didn't put in the list. There's a lot of things that happen every patch that are not part of the patch notes. Camp Vizier. We can go Camp Vizier, I guess. Let me get to level 7, Isar. And then we'll go do that. If you want to. Because then I get my new ability. I'm excited for my new ability. I saw Kaz get on. Is he actually on? Okay. Using it as a mana tap? Yeah, I think a lot of people were using it that way, and it was never intended to be used that way. Now it's useless mainly. I mean, it's made to... You summon a pet, you can dismiss the pet, get some of your mana back, and then move to a different location and summon the pet again. That's what it's made to be for. I mean, I don't like it either. I don't think it's really a great spell, but that's what it's made for. You know, it was never meant to be used in the way that it was being used. It doesn't work if you zone? What do you mean it doesn't work if you zone? Why is this guy pulling from this camp? Go pull from your other camp. The heck? Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Because it was a bug? Yeah. If you zone with the pet and try to reclaim, it just doesn't do anything. Yeah, the skill I think is just really buggy. It's not working the way it was meant to. The whole time. Ooh, is that leather gloves? Ooh, rawhide leather gloves. I'll take them. Yeah, it's just a very buggy ability. And it'll probably get changed with the update. Kind of disappointed with some of the camps. For several competitive camps, there's barely any break-in necessary. Hovarth, for example, you literally clear 5 mobs. You got to pull him. Yeah. And here's an even better thing about that. You can kill that mob so easily, and it drops literally some of the best gear in the game. What? Yeah, they didn't think through a lot of these things at all. Like, they just didn't think through some of them. If they change it to be like where you could use it as a battery, but rein it in, could be a very useful tool. Yeah, I agree with that, King Andre. Like, I think that they could use it that way, where you could have it to where it does give you some mana back. Sure, yeah, I would agree with that. And then you could use it, often. Let your pet heal back up, all that kind of stuff. It's outside, which makes it even easier. Kiteable. Yeah, exactly. Whole thing, yeah. Reclaim 2 bandages with full HP. Yeah, exactly. That's why it was too good in the way that it currently was. So they could do that. They just need to, like, balance it. Oh no, I'm blind again. Stop blinding me. Yeah, it was just a very strong ability, but I mean, I would like to see that in the future, like them actually balance that properly. That'd be awesome. I'd be down for that. Recently watched again your retake on the Inquisitor class update overview and thoughts. Recently, I made an in-depth post about potential Inquisitor rework. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious what they're gonna do with the rework. After we saw these first 4 updates, these first 4 reworks, I'm now kind of like, I'm a little nervous. I'm not agreeing with some of the changes that they made, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe more necromantic in flavor, but make a pet buff that uses a % of its pet HP as your mana cost. That'd be dope. That'd be a really cool necromancer kind of thing, where you summon the necromancer pet and then you use its health as a as like mana pool. That'd be kind of cool. I'd be okay with that. It's on the MnM gameplay Discord board at some point. If you're free, would you mind checking it out? Yeah, I'll read over it. I generally read everything that's on the Discord. I just don't always reply to them. But I try to go through and read a lot of the stuff. I try to stay in the know. But of course, there's a lot going on in that Discord. It's hard to keep up with it all. Having a scary dungeon where enemies frequently blind you sounds cool. Is teasing the Druid Deep Dive article. Maybe somewhere down in the deep. I mean, that'd be cool, yeah. They need to make sure they have ways to get rid of it. I'm all for having like abilities that actually blind you rather than just making the game super dark all the time. I'd much rather them do it that way, you know, and make it actually part of the game. Waiting at the bank. All right, I'm almost there. I got like a little over a blue bubble to go. I'll run back later. Sorry, I won't run back now. Let me just get over here and I'll camp at these trees. And we'll go play some of the high level stuff. Oh, let me get on the Discord. The old Discord. Wait, is Kaz playing Path of Exile? Nerd. Nerd. Nerd alert. Hello? Alright, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm glad they added pack speed back, but it's just kind of weird that they left it out and then added it back. It's just so weird. So far, you were saying that the Spellblade acts more like a caster than a rogue? No, it's definitely more of a melee class. Definitely more of a melee. Okay. I wish my wizard was on a different account and we could teleport. We're going to need somebody playing a wizard and a druid for the teleports on live. On separate accounts. Feels more like rogue now than it did before the update. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's very roguey. Very roguey. I agree. Yeah, I messed around, Kaz, with the Wizard of More today. It's so bad. I was looking at some of the numbers and stuff, and the scaling of the spells just doesn't work right. Like when you get a new upgrade spell, it feels like you get a downgrade because of the mana efficiency is so much worse. It's just overall very, very bad. This guy in Shout just said, training 2 Risen guards towards zone edge, care low levels. Cool. He's level 12. And I was like, he is a low level. Oh, man. Well, I guess for the rest of the week, I'll be playing the Spellblade during the stream some. And then kind of checking in on the wizard updates. That's going to be my plan. And then I might do a little bit of camping stuff on the fighter here. See how that goes. Decided to post that rework idea in gameplay ideas. If anyone has any stuff to expand on, yeah, I'll check it out eventually. They need to make this lamp all. They really should, yeah. Glad you logged on your wizard. I had the same experience. Yeah, I definitely checked the wizard out last night and then a little bit this morning. And it's just bad. It's just bad. Like I don't even really want to elaborate anymore. It's bad. That's all there is to it. You gonna auto follow me, Issa, or no? Okay, I just want to make sure, just so I don't lose you. I'm curious how the wizard updates are going. What is all this? Q is going, log. Oh, this is all junk. I'm curious how this the wizard thread is going. The statted one, yeah. I mean, all right, I bought all my spells for my wizard again, but it's not a really big deal. It's just for the wizard. The stat scaling, though, is huge right now, man. Like, I'm glad they did it, because it's like it requires you to have really good gear to be able to do anything, but yeah. Exactly. I think they may have overdone it a little too far. How much are you healing for, like your big one? That's nuts. Solo quad kiting was only better than groups with bad comp. It was not better than solid duo, 3-man, or real spellcaster comp, 6-man. This is a 100% lie. The main problem was wizards weren't very good if they didn't have a spellcaster comp, which was super specific because Spellblade sucked. Now that Spellblade is better, it should be easier to make. Quad kiting is a solid alternative for off-hour times. You can't find groups. This is absolutely inaccurate information. 1,000% I would disagree with everything that person was saying. Quad kiting only ever felt better than being in a group because there's no dead weight. Your efficiency is tied entirely to you, not the low gear, constantly sitting AFK, not optimally using your abilities. No. I've been in very solid groups. Quad kiting was just better. But to their full point, the what am I trying to say? The quad kiting was overtuned. It was way overtuned. So I'm glad that they fixed some of that. I need to make a post about the wizard somewhere. It's just, yeah, these changes are just bad. After the open beta, I started the new wizard character on the closed beta PvP server. I'm only level 4, and I have not played much. But how do you feel the new changes are? Terrible. Wizard is, I wouldn't play it right now. Terrible class. Feels awful. And it becomes more apparent the higher level you get. When you start unlocking new abilities, so you go from like one level to a new level and you get new abilities, and then those abilities just feel less powerful than your previous abilities. Just the whole thing just feels bad. Give me what? Oh, okay. Where's he at? Like, oh, okay. That's something to do, I guess. System is bad, like the invoker system, or the spell is not powerful. The glyph system is okay. It's just a matter of preference if you like it or not. I think if you play a wizard consistently and you learn how to use that invoker system, okay, then it's good, right? But that's not the issue that I have with the wizard. The issue I have with the wizard, it's really not really just with the wizard. It's with, honestly, it's with the dev team and their lack of what I feel their lack of testing and their lack of knowledge about how the game functions. They did not make it feel like spells were upgraded properly. And it felt bad. It felt really, really bad. One of these saw invis apparently, and it aggroed me. I'm just kiting around right now, but it's gonna aggro probably another one. Yeah, they're stunning me like crazy too. Probably gonna bring 2. Yep, I'm gonna bring 2 to you. I didn't con either one of them, so I don't know which one saw invis, but one of them did. To be honest, probably right now they're concerned with the glyphs work, and they don't. That's another problem. They don't work properly. Power tuning can come later. Power tuning can come later, but that wasn't even the issue. It's not the power of the abilities. That's not my concern. My concern is that you get an ability at level 28 and it gets stronger as you level up. That ability continues to get stronger until level 39, and then you get a new ability at level 40. When you get the new ability at level 40, the old ability is so much more mana efficient. You still want to continue using the old ability. You don't actually want to use the new ability. Like there's no reason to use it. And you have to level up even more before that new ability becomes viable in combat. So you get it at level 40, but you don't even want to use it until like level 48. So it feels really bad. Like, why would you get a new ability at level 40 that you don't even want to use? That's not power tuning. That's poor development. Power tuning would be like you get a new ability at level 40 and it's either too strong or too weak. But it's not about being too strong or too weak. It's less mana efficient. So they increase the mana cost for the new ability, but they didn't increase the damage enough to counteract that increase in mana cost. It's just very, very poorly done. Extremely poorly done. No, getting the numbers right, that's different. Power tuning is different. It's a different thing altogether. That's why I hesitate about posting this stuff on Discord, because people are not going to understand. They're going to think that I mean something different than what I'm talking about. It's not power tuning. That's not what it is. It's literally a spell does not feel like an upgrade. It should always feel like an upgrade when you get a new spell at a higher level. When I have a level 60 wizard and I don't want to use my level 60 spells, I would rather use my level 48 spells because they're more mana efficient. That's not a power tuning problem. That is a problem with their math. That's just a math problem. Power tuning would be where the wizard spells ramp up too quickly and you do way more damage than you're supposed to at that level, or you do way less damage than you're supposed to at that level. But we're comparing like a spell at level A compared to a spell at level B. Not how they function in game, just literally comparing the math on the spells. It's a different animal completely. Want to increase the power of the next spell? No, I don't want them to increase the power of the next spell. That's not what I'm saying at all. I want them to balance the mana to damage ratio of the spells. And they didn't do that at all. Has nothing to do with how powerful or not powerful the spell is. It has everything to do with not even looking at the spell line and making sure that it continues to be a line that goes up. Period. It just doesn't go up. It goes like this. It's a spell line that just doesn't get more powerful. In fact, it gets less powerful as you get higher level, and then becomes slightly more powerful right before you switch to the next line. Like it's just, the whole thing is just bad, man. Like I'm not going to be able to explain it to somebody that's not following the logic here. It's not about the spell not doing enough damage. Has nothing to do with the spell not doing enough damage. Efficiency, sure, it could play into power, but that's not the issue. That is not currently the issue, guys. Like, it's not the issue. It's a completely separate issue than just power. Like, it has to do with why is the spell not an upgrade? That's it. Why is it not an upgrade? Why is a spell that is 12 levels higher not worth casting? That's what the issue is. The numbers can be readjusted 1,000 times. If it's still not worth casting, if it's a fire spell, you know, like this is tier 1 fire spell, and you have tier 2 fire spell and tier 3 fire spell, if when you have level 1 and then you go up to tier 2 and you don't want to cast it, that's a problem. Despite its power. I get what you're saying, that if they just increase the damage on it, like, substantially, sure. Would that fix the problem? Yes, but it doesn't fix the problem. It just puts a Band-Aid on it, because they still want to have the level scaling right. So it's not about how much damage the spell does to an enemy. It's how much... Is it an actual upgrade? And it's not. Like, that's a completely different issue. Completely different issue. And that's the problem, is people don't see that. They don't understand that. Including the devs. They just don't understand it. They seem to be. That's what I'm saying. It's semantics. It's not semantics, guys. Like, I understand where you're coming from. I get it. You're not seeing where I'm coming from is the problem. It's not about just... It's not about what you think it's about. Open your mind more to other aspects of the game. Not just damage. I don't know how to explain it to you. Like, you're either going to get it or you're not. You're saying there's a problem with just casting the glyphs themselves, right? There is a problem with casting the glyphs. Yes, the glyphs are broken. They don't work necessarily always properly. For example, you can cast a glyph. So if I cast my foundation and then I add 2 of the... this is just one example of a problem with it. You cast the foundation, and then you cast 2 enhancements, and then you hit the catalyst. It should take away all of the the buffs, right? You should take away the foundation and the 2 enhancements. Sometimes it only takes away the foundation and 1 of the enhancements. That's a bug. Problem. Should have been fixed. I don't know how it wasn't seen. There's other issues where if you use the spell and then you don't put the enhancements on it and the foundation drops off, then you cast your next thing, it becomes an enhancement, not a foundation. So if your foundation drops off, it should automatically cast the foundation again. It shouldn't try to cast an enhancement on a foundation that's no longer there. These are the issues that are having with Glyph, which shouldn't be in. Like that should be simple stuff that should have been easily tested. I'm not hung up when you say power, man. I'm not hung up on I'm not hung up on anything. I totally get where you're coming from. It's not a power problem. It's a math issue. It's got more to do with them just tweaking those 2 numbers, but the actual formula for how damage is created. So like you have to also factor in how intelligence increases the damage. So they are factoring in how much intelligence you're supposed to have to be able to get those numbers to look right. That shouldn't matter. It should automatically be a better spell when you get a spell of a higher level. Should just be better than the previous spell. Has nothing to do with how much damage it does. It should just be a better version of it. Then we can look at power tuning or whatever the hell you want to call it. You can call it anything you want at that point. And then you tune, okay, so how much damage should it be? How much mana cost should it be? But it should always be a better version of the previous spell, and it currently is not. So they're 2 separate issues. The tuning also needs to happen. Yes, not concerned with that at all. But to even put the spell into the game and it's not a better version of the previous tier, that's a completely separate issue. That is an issue with somebody not understanding the game and not understanding literally anything about how anything works. It's not an upgrade, period. It's just not an upgrade. So, like, that's the problem with it. I'm the tester. Then why did they say they did internal testing? They have internal testing. They claim that they did internal testing, and I disagree. I think that they did not. We should be testing things to make sure everything, flows well and work. Like, we should be testing some things. We shouldn't be testing the things that they missed, like that. Like, we shouldn't be testing like silly things, like super silly things like that. A spell should just be better. Like, that's not something that we need to be testing as beta testers. In my opinion, that's not. You doubt they got that far? They should have. They should have gotten that far. That's the problem. That's literally the problem. I feel like you want to get access to Ice Bolt at level 30, but Fire Bolt at level 40, and both do the same damage at level 40, but different elemental types. That seems correct. I mean, that could potentially work for if you want to have a different elemental type. Sure, that could work. You're not arguing for the damage numbers to be balanced. You're saying for the damage it outputs, it needs to cost less, so efficiency scales up from the jump when you get the new version. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm getting at. Yeah. Based on how long they talked about glyphs before they released it, for sure they made it quick. They made it very quickly, but yeah, like they said they did internal testing of it for like a week or two. They were saying they were doing internal testing of it. So I just disagree. I don't think they did. I guess I would not know unless I play wizard enough to find out. Yeah, you have to play the wizard and like the low level wizard, you're not going to feel it. Just like on my low level spellblade, level 6, 7 spellblade, whatever. I'm not going to tell you be able to tell you if the spellblade is good or not. I can't. Like, I can tell you how it feels at level 7, sure, and it feels okay, I guess. It doesn't really feel bad. It doesn't really feel good. It just it feels like any other class that's missing its abilities. So. You know, it frustrates me when people level up to like 10 or 15 and they're just like, class is amazing, class is terrible. And it's like, you haven't played the class if you've only gotten to like 10 or 15 or 20 or even 30. You need to play at a much higher level. You don't even unlock the wizard fireball spell until level 40 or maybe even higher. I think 48 or something. It's ridiculous. So like, you can't even test some of this stuff until much higher level. Game's about to be delayed. I think it's going to get delayed again if they don't start to put out better updates. Like, this is a bad update. Very bad update. It's just, yeah, garbage. I think you're giving them too much leniency. You think I'm giving them too much leniency? I don't know. I feel like I'm just yelling at people. What do you feel like the state of the Elementalist is now? Elementalist hasn't changed. It's okay. It needs some love because it was just a wizard with a pet, and I never liked that. I thought that was a bad take, and I'm hoping that they change it. So we'll have to see how they change it. Like, it's just not in a good place. A whole week? Yeah, a whole week. I figured it out in 5 minutes of playing the wizard. I probably came up with like 10 issues with the wizard within 5 minutes of looking at it. I think a developer should be able to go to do the same thing. They should know how the wizard's supposed to play and how it's supposed to function. And when you log in, you look at the numbers and you're like, huh, I wonder why this isn't functioning like this. It's just like, it seems pretty simple to me. Very simple. I'm guessing their test servers work better and don't have the same bugs as... It may be. I don't know. I think the problem is the wizard problems combined with druid spell issues seems rushed. And Sean always talked about how they have high standards. Well, they let those standards go. Do you think that is a design choice with the team? I agree with you that the new spell in the line should be an upgrade. That's what I'm trying to say. If it was a design choice, it was a bad one. A very, very, very bad choice. Like, you should never make a character... Like, they've talked about this many times. They have hell levels in the game because when you get through the hell level, you should feel some sort of achievement. Like, oh, yay, I got through it. And then, like, now I've earned something new. Same thing when you level up in a game and you get new spells. Huh? Oh, yeah, I got it. Same thing when you get new spells. You should feel like it's an upgrade. You know, like, you shouldn't feel like you're going down in power. That's just silly. That's a terrible design. I put all my int gear in the bank for my enchanter and parked my wizard for now. We'll see. Yeah. Guy made a post that he loves the wizard changes and that it did take him a minute to understand the glyph system. You're talking about fee waiver? Yeah, he posted, if that's what you're talking about, he posted that freaking in love with the wizard. The glyph system isn't bad. It's not bad, but it doesn't always work right. I'm okay with the actual glyph system. They need to tweak it some, and they need to make sure that it functions properly. Like, the glyph system's fine. Like, I don't see an issue with that. But nowhere in this post does he talk about the actual numbers. And he's only level 26. And I'm not trying to pick on him for being level 26, but he doesn't even have access to a lot of the spells yet. He even only has access to 3 of the glyphs. But he doesn't have access to the fireball spell. He doesn't have access to some of the AoE spells. I don't think these will start until like in the 30s. So he doesn't have access to a lot of stuff. So, you know, the glyph system, sure, he could test that out, but that's about all he can do. You camping here? Yeah, they wanted to camp a mob here, so we're over here. I was talking about Kata with the issue efficiency. Yeah. I actually really like having taunt and root on the spell blade. I was peeling aggro off healers, enchanters all the time. Yeah, I don't know. Did they remove taunt and root from the spell blade? They may have. So taunt, if they removed it, they don't really need a taunt. I get that it's good for peeling off stuff from the enchanters and healers and stuff, but I don't think it's necessary for general gameplay. But yeah. He just talked about trying the glyphs in Night Harbor and testing. Didn't sound like he had any data from the spell reworks. He just loved the system. Yeah, I think the glyph system, I like it. I think the idea is there. I just don't think it was tested thoroughly enough. Like, I could log in my wizard and show it to you. I'm not going to because I'm in this group right now. But you could literally, like, if you do hill, cast the hill rune and then cast like the Nos rune twice and then hit the catalyst. It's supposed to give you Insidious Ice, right? So it gives you the buff Insidious Ice. It casts the spell, gives you the buff Insidious Ice. But it only takes off the hill rune and one of the Nos runes. So now you have a Nos enhancement still up, showing on your bar at the top. Should it not take off both of those when you do the spell? Like, that stuff should have been caught in internal testing. When you cast if you take you cast hill and then the timer runs out and then you cast any other rune, it shows up as an enhancement, not a foundation. So then you have enhancements, no foundation, and then you cast another rune. Now you have 2 enhancement runes, and then you click spell catalyst, and it doesn't cast a spell because there's no foundation. So, like, it just breaks the whole system. Like, the entire system breaks. Submit that as a bug report? Well, yeah, I understand that, but these are things that should have been tested internally. Like, that kind of stuff is so easy to find. The things that should be popping up for bug reports are things that, are kind of outliers. What's the point? Why would they sit there a week in internal testing, messing around and tweaking things to make sure, quote unquote, like I brought it up before, it's like literally their words, not even my words. I'm using their words. Here we go, right here. We've already completed work on and are testing the new kit internally. We're trying to iron out any bugs and oddities before bringing it to the beta servers, but even then, it's inevitable that we'll learn something new when it gets into the hands of thousands of players. Expect your iteration to go on. And it's like, yeah, you're still going to learn a few new things, sure, and I expect there to be bugs, but come on. Like, come on. Some of these things, like, if you can't find those, why are you even testing it? Just send it out send it out to the beta testers and just be like, hey guys, we have no idea if this works right or not. Test it. Let us know what we need to fix. That would be much better than saying that we did internal testing to try to find some you didn't find anything because you couldn't find very glaring issues from the very big, like the very first things that I saw within minutes of looking at it. Like that kind of stuff is just, we really should, like, they should be finding those. Like that shouldn't be something that they didn't see. And that's the issue that I have with that. It might be a bit broken. Yes, a bit broken. Yes, sure. Not glaring issues that are right in your face. Those shouldn't be there. That's ridiculous. Basically, the class should be dealt with already. They should be, yeah. Like, and anybody, like, I mean, I'm not trying to pick on you, Kata, but anybody that's sitting there like, oh, well, it's okay, we're beta testers. That's been the problem for 5.5 years of developing this game. We were alpha testers. We told them a lot of these issues in alpha, and they're still not fixed. So are we actually beta testers? Are these things actually going to get fixed? Or are they just going to keep developing it and put them out into EA and be like, guys, it's still a game in EA. Oh, it's 1.0 now. By the way, we're still working on it because it's an MMO and it's never finished. By the way, it's been 10 years and we're still working on those issues because at some point something has to give, right? How long can you go with having issue after issue after issue that doesn't go addressed? If we are beta testers and we are giving feedback and that feedback just goes unnoticed and unlooked at, then why are we giving feedback? Why are we beta testers? That's the problem. Seemed guaranteed to be a rush job. I think it was rushed. I absolutely think it was rushed. Basic stuff shouldn't be broken is the issue. Absolutely, it shouldn't be broken. Yeah. It's like saying testers should have to tell the devs 5 minus 4 equals 1. Yeah, we shouldn't have to do that. Probably would have easier overall to copy the design of world of Wizard and Sorcerer from Dark and Darker instead of trying to recreate. I mean, I don't mind them trying to recreate it. That's fine. But, recreate it. The issue is, and I said this earlier today, there might be new people in chat now. Devs are going to develop something, and then they're going to test it the way that they developed it. Based on, like, this is how I created it to do this function. I'm going to test this function. Rather than say, I created it to do this, hand it to somebody that says, hey, what would you do if you got this in your hands? And then have the player completely break it. That's what internal testing should be, but apparently that's not what's happening. There's no way they have the resources to thoroughly flesh out 4 classes. I agree. They probably don't have the resources. The problem is with that, either get the resources, push back early access. I don't know what to say. But you can't just put it out in, like, terrible states and then expect people to just be like, it's okay, guys. Like, you can't. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Supposedly, people are getting fired for not doing their job properly. Well, here we go again. It's frustrating, guys. It's frustrating. 4 reworks in a patch is kind of pacing that possibly makes sense for getting us ready in October. It maybe they're going to have to do 4 at a patch. They need, in my opinion, they need to have every single class, all 18 classes in by the end of June. That gives them August to test them out, get feedback from the players. That's 1 month to get to test it. 1 month. That's not much time. And then September to make sure they fix all the bugs to release in October. They don't have a lot of time left. And for the amount of drastic changes that they're trying to make, and then how they're dropping the ball on some of these changes, it doesn't bode well. It just does not bode well at all. Not to mention when they push out a patch, they fix 1 or 2 things and they break 5 or 6 other things. Like, they got to stop doing that. They really have to stop doing that. They have to get their patching process working better so that when they actually patch something, it fixes that issue without breaking a bunch of other things. Unfortunately, that's not happening. What has their pace been so far? Like 2 classes reworked every 3 weeks or so? It's been, since they announced it, it's been, I don't know, like 6 weeks for these 4 classes, which are not finished. Like, they need to now fix these 4 classes. They still have 14 more classes to quote unquote rework. And they put out these 4 that still need to be reworked. So it's not looking good. So class design philosophy as a whole for the wizard, there's no competent rotation. We have several level 50 plus wizard and guild, and none even understand the rotation. There isn't a rotation. No, it's the rotation is Hill Der Catalyst, Hill Der Catalyst, Hill Der Catalyst. And then every once in a while, you would probably do Mun for Arcane Volley. That's it. All 4 aren't looking good. That's a bummer. There's issues with all 4 of them. Yes. Wizard, I think, probably is the worst of them. Druid has some issues, and Spellblade supposedly has some issues. Archer, people are saying, is okay. But yeah. So same thing, but even more steps. Yeah, exactly. I mean, as a pleb who still lacks a closed beta invite, imagine them getting the class design concepts into the game as soon as possible is the utmost importance for the game long term, even if it means the implementation specifics are horribly rushed. I mean, I again, this is another thing that I said previously, and people obviously didn't hear me previously when I said it. They only hear my rants. But I'm glad that they are trying new things and they're trying to really swing for the fences with some of this stuff. Now is the time to try this stuff out. I agree that now is the time to get it into the game, even if it's broken, to get it into the game. The problem I have with it is how broken it actually is. Like, they implemented the wizard in such a poor state that now they're going to have to work on the wizard again. Like, it's not just a few things that they need to tweak to fix here and there. It's like they need to rethink the entirety of how the wizard functions. Like, it's just, it feels bad. The whole thing just feels bad. I'm rooted too far away from the mob. Yep. Got rooted and I couldn't melee it, but it could hit me. Yeah, they need to adjust the range on these again. Then the glyphs. Wait, I assume most people would bind the spell they're spamming to save their fingers. I mean, so I did what? Okay, I'll stun him. Why are there 3 gifts over here? Oh my god. Then the glyphs give you the broader utility for the random spell you need at the moment. Yes. The glyphs will give you the broader utility, which is nice. I like the idea of the glyphs. I think it's a really, really solid idea. Where it gives the wizard the ability to cast up to 36 spells for only 5 spell slots. It's a really, really solid idea. So, yeah. Anyway. I'm not good with my tone. My tone of voice makes it sound like, you know, things are super dire, and I get that. But, yeah. Sean, step into my office. Exactly. I kind of want to send Sean a message and be like, I appreciate the work that you guys did. However, this is bad. But, yeah. They need to tweak a bit the numbers, but I'm glad Int now has more impact on the damage. You can't level up without gear now. Yes, that's the part of it, Marcher, that I actually like. I'm glad that it now requires more gear for all classes to continue to level up. I love that idea, and I hope that they continue to move forward with that. They need to tweak those numbers. That is the power tuning that needs to happen. Those numbers need to be tweaked. Absolutely. And that's why I'm not like, you know, up in arms about that one. I'm not up in arms being like, oh my God, they have to fix this. How could they put it into the game this way? No, it's a little overtuned with how much gear you actually need. But part of that's because of itemization's not in the game properly yet, like fully in the game yet. So they need to get some more itemization going. They need to get a lot of other things in the game to really fill that out. I'm more concerned with just the absolute bad math that they put into it. It's just bad. Like if you level up on your wizard and you don't just like going from level 39 to 40, and I just level up and I don't gain like insane amounts of intelligence between those two levels, the spell just becomes worthless. Level 40 spell is not worth casting, which shouldn't be the case, right? That should have nothing to do with gear. It should have nothing to do with any of that stuff. It should just have to be, it's just a better spell for going a higher level. You know, it's an upgrade to my previous spell, but it's not an upgrade. It's just not. So why would I cast it? It's not an upgrade. That's where I have the issue. The chart for the wizard? You're talking about for the... yeah, I saw the one that was on Discord for the different runes. I saw that. I made my own spreadsheet over here for it. Do you think they... maybe they undershot the numbers and in anticipation of intellect... give you bigger bonuses? I don't know what they did with that. I feel like the numbers are off a little bit, but they could be right depending on how they do itemization going forward. So maybe the idea is that players, spellcasters, specifically int casters, are going to get more int throughout their journey from level 1 to 60, and that's going to make a difference. But it feels really bad right now. There's no sign saying int belt here drops here. There is no sign that says that, no. There's not very many good int belts in the game anyway. You suck until you get gear. There isn't a lot of int cloth gear. You have to camp gear to be better. You need a group to get said gear, and groups won't be looking for busted no gear wizard. Will make it hard. Yes, that is all of those things, yeah. Like... right now, you're better off getting a level 39 wizard with slightly better gear than a level 40 wizard with less gear. You're just better off. Because even that level 40 wizard should be using the lower level spell. So like there's no incentive for higher levels. But even if you had all the gear in the world, like I need to gear up my wizard a little bit more and test out the int changes more with like 200 intelligence. I only have 142 intelligence base on my wizard. So I would need to give him some more gear and see how it goes. I feel like regardless of int, if your int is the same for both cast, the higher tier should be better. Absolutely. That's how I feel as well. And it's currently not. That's the problem I have with it. It does more damage. So the level 40 spell definitely does more damage than the level 39 spell. But it also costs a lot more mana. So the mana efficiency goes way down. Like way, way down. Everyone loves our game. Let's rework everything. Yeah. Very Pantheon-esque. One of your guys in here had 198 int, I think, and he was giving feedback. Good, yeah. I think that the higher level players are seeing the problem. The lower level players are not seeing the problem. They're just not seeing it yet because they don't have access to everything yet. They don't have all the spells at their disposal. They don't have all the gear at their disposal to be able to adjust and check these things. It's going to come down to the people that are playing the game at level 50 plus to really say, does it work? Does it not work? And currently, I would say that their current iteration does not work very well. In fact, it's just bad. Another thing that I was kind of annoyed by, these are other little issues that probably should have been caught, is the there's a lightning line, the flash of lightning line. When you actually memorize the spell and put it into your book, the first one is a lightning bolt. The next 3 lightning spells are the icicle icon. They're the ice, same icon as the ice icon. So somebody clearly chose the wrong icon and then didn't double check to make sure that it looked properly. It looked correct. They just didn't check it. Which is another one of those things. Just check your work. You know? Check your work. Yeah, I am glad they're doing something different. Like, I'm glad that they're trying something new. But this is not... They're not quite there. Hope your stream has been going well. Yeah, it's been great. I've had a good day. Yeah, I need to like put all of my thoughts about the wizard into a good write-up and post it on Discord or something. I can't do anything about it. I do, but it wasn't doing anything. Let me check and make sure my button is working. There it is. I don't know. Maybe I didn't have a line of sight or something weird for something. Hey, what's going on, Don? How you doing? Secondly, anyone else having issue with the launcher just getting there, just sitting there? There was somebody that had that issue earlier. I don't know if they were able to fix it. Good luck with the reception of your essay. People's attention span is measured in nanoseconds now. It really is, yeah. It really is. That's why, like, I don't like posting on the Discord. I'll be honest. I hate posting on the Discord. I would rather just say my piece here on my stream. People can agree or disagree with me, and hopefully people will go and post that. I post on the Discord. I've posted many times on the Discord about various things. They get unnoticed, or they go unnoticed sometimes. They're just brushed off sometimes, and I just don't feel like taking the effort to do it anymore. Like, that's my honest opinion of it. I feel like other people are probably in the same boat, where they find a problem in the game, they send in a bug report, they post about it on the forums, whatever, and then months and months and months go by and nothing is done with it, and it's like the devs don't even care sometimes. I'm not saying that the devs don't care, okay? I'm sure they do care, but oftentimes it's just getting swept under the rug and forgotten about. And it feels really bad. Exactly, reboot. Yeah, exactly. Or rebot. Your thoughts either get crapped on or they're flushed out. It's 100% what happens. I don't bother giving feedback on Discord. Someone always argues with me, and I'm tired of it. Yeah, people always argue with you on it, which then the devs have to then go read through all the garbage posts of people just arguing about stupid stuff and semantics, and it's just dumb. Then they get tired of reading the post. They lose track of what's actually happening. Then nothing happens with the actual update. Like, I want to find my post, from a long time ago in the alpha feedback here. So specific channel, alpha feedback, and then from me. See if we can find it. Because there's like posts that we made a long time ago. And then there's posts from like just recently. That they're like, oh, well, we didn't know about this kind of thing. It's just crazy. We'll pull it from, we'll go way back. Yeah, the group XP thing. I posted this back on November 24th. November 24th. I posted about the group XP stuff. Posted about it here back in October 20th. Currently, solo, duo, trio XP gains is significantly better than large groups, and a full party is by far the worst gains. I posted right all the way back here in October about XP gains. Still, we're still not seeing any changes to it. And I just feel like it's just they don't care. It goes unnoticed. Mobs die too fast in a full group. This was in August 21st of 2025. And they just now increased TTK? This is where I posted in December of last year about the level locked encounters. Sean didn't even know that they existed. I've tried, guys. I really tried. Damage mitigation. This is where we were talking about damage mitigation back in November of last year and how armor class does not seem to work properly. And then they just acknowledged that the armor class formula is wrong. Like, these are the things. Like, I know I'm sounding like, you know, oh, well, Criddle knows best. I don't know best. I'm just like, I brought up these ideas in the past, and literally they just go unlooked. Like just like, okay, we don't care. That's why I just stopped. I gave up. Like, why am I posting? It sounds like Jahar is saying there will be upping the numbers in response to the Wizard Deep Dive thread. Did he say that? Thank God. But upping the numbers doesn't fix the problem. It depends, like, how are they upping the numbers? Like, are they just going to increase the damage? Are they going to increase the mana cost with it? Or what are they going to do? Like, they have to balance it. Like, it's not just upping the numbers. That's not the issue. Well, it's part of the issue. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm just frustrated. I'm very frustrated with posting stuff on Discord. As I have just shown multiple things from 6+ months ago that are still an issue today. So I don't know what to say. Just very, very, very frustrating. I wonder how much damage I'm doing now. Let's see. My hits. What? What's that, like your level 1 heal? Yeah, they definitely overtuned that a little bit. They need to adjust. Did you see that they're going to be adjusting or making it so that wisdom casters get damage based on wisdom now? Yeah, they're changing that on the next update. Oh, the coif. Well, what level are these? Are these 60? Oh, that sucks. Oh, I don't think anybody wants that, right? I'm just going to disenchant it. I think I have a couple in the bank anyway if it gets buffed. No. No. They have not done the they did a pass on a bunch of other things throughout the game and they never came over here. They did a pass on all weapons throughout the entire game. Yeah, they all of them went up. My weapon, my hammer went up by 50% damage. Delay stayed the same, damage went up 50%. Like, that's ridiculous. Too much wisdom plate? There is a lot of wisdom plate. Yeah. I need to get one of these skulls for my wizard. The skull, I need to get the spell book. I can get a few things for my wizard to get more int, but I don't know. It's whatever. I mean, if you want to use it, use it. No matter to me. The one I'm using actually isn't even the good one, but it's the other one that's good. Yeah, it did. It's the same damage delay as this one. It's really dumb. It's the exact same damage delay. The other one, though, has 10 armor class instead of 9 armor class, and then different stats. So it just depends on what stats you want. This one's got dex on it. I don't think the other one has dex. I think it's got, like, agility. Appreciate tuning is supposed to keep your nukes as an execute glass cannon spell and makes the surge spell lines your sustained damage. Surge, med tick, 2 tick surge. Maybe. But like if you actually go and look at the mana efficiency and all those kind of things, it just doesn't feel good. Like it's the whole point. They were trying to emphasize a lot on the wizard is mana efficiency so that they could maintain damage as they were in a group. That was literally what they were setting out to do. And that was also the biggest blunder of the entire patch was the mana efficiency not working out well. So like that's why it upsets me, I think, more than anything else, is because they literally set out to do that one thing for the wizard and then failed on that. That's what he is saying. The tuning is leaning to in Discord thread. Where are you talking about? Like, where exactly are you saying this? Because I haven't seen Jahar say much. Not in a while, anyway. Let's see. He says something. Well, somebody responded to him here. Like, I don't want to read through 12 or 2,151 messages. Like, this is why I don't like posting on the Discord, is because it ends up being, most of this is probably just people arguing with each other. Blink doesn't work as a glyph because it needs to be an actual instant cast. We tried this on glyphs internally and it never felt good. TK knockback isn't on glyphs because of the cooldown. Cooldown spells have no good way to communicate. They are still on cooldown if you cast with the glyph, so recast it soon. It doesn't work because it's on cooldown. It feels like a bug. I mean, the nukes have cooldowns. Yeah, he was active hours ago. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I read a lot of the stuff that he said hours ago, but volley costs mana to cast if used with reclaimed magic, end up being free at low levels, and a mana gain overall at high levels. Volley's main use is stacking marks of magic quickly and doing a bit of damage while getting some mana back. After the upcoming damage tuning, try out Surges as your efficient sustained damage spell and see what you think. So after the upcoming damage tuning. So it's not currently. I just don't understand how they got him in the way that they did. Working on getting a balance out where you can do useful amounts of AoE damage while keep that balance with the amount of DPS a wizard brings to a group. We want wizards to be powerful and useful and also not overshadow the DPS contributions of other primary DPS classes. Yeah, but the thing is about this statement right here that I don't like is that the other DPS classes aren't in, other than, well, I mean, I guess you have Spellblade and Archer right now, which are both, from my understanding, overshadowing the Wizard. So that kind of just throws that entire statement out the window. 2 Wizards also stacks Mark of Magic twice as fast, which gets everyone to max damage. But I mean, come on, dude. What does it take? Using volley, it takes a few seconds at most. We feel like this is an issue that wizards in a group can solve by coordinating how they want to manage marks and reclaims, which is an interaction a lot of classes need to work out when you put a couple of them in the same group. I mean, kinda, yeah. Like buffs and all that. Sure. I'm going to keep reading and replying until I get to this post. Then I need to go back to work on the game. Ice Snare is thematic and a small bonus right now. We're not charging more mana or making the spells do less damage that have an Ice Snare, so it's just a free extra effect. We could make it more powerful, but would need to find some trade-off to balance it out. I think that it should. It's... Why cast the fire version of the spell that does the exact same damage when the ice version of the spell adds an additional effect? Like, I don't understand that. I just don't get it, man. I do not understand their thought process on some of this stuff. They could do that, King, where like each of them has a bonus effect. The lightning has the interrupt built into it. Ice has a small slow or snare built into it, and then fire could have a small dot built into it to make you like, okay, now they could all be the same base mana, they could be the same base damage, and then you get an additional feature depending on which one you choose. That would feel a lot better. Right now, though, there's zero reason to cast the fire version. There's zero reason to cast the fire version of the spell when the ice version is the exact same mana, exact same damage, and has an additional effect. So, like, that's how I feel. It's just like, it just doesn't feel good. Like, you don't feel like you have a choice. You feel like one is just superior to the other. Crappy, oh, is this no drop? Yeah, this is no drop. What is this? Ancient Seal? It's not for a quest, it's just a no drop. Well, I got rid of the coif because I have like 3 of those in the bank. Yeah, I don't know why they would nerf that. They need to buff all of this jewelry outside of jewel crafting jewelry. Like, anybody that can kill a level 55 plus mob probably has platinum jewelry. I mean, right? Like, am I wrong with that? Not zero reason. Fire spells have a chance to cook meat. Very important. Well, that's true. It is very important. They do have a chance to cook some meat. Which I actually really like that. I really like that feature. I think it's fun. That's why I always ask for the Fire Sass or Necropet, unironically. Yeah. I think it's a cool feature. Like, I'm glad that they did stuff like that. Little things like that definitely make the game stand out, you know? Oh, there we go. Is it the Suncaller season, Viz? Is that what you found out, Isar? Okay. Well, yeah, he invised me, and I ran through the tent, and apparently I had aggro after that, and I was like, what the heck? I wasn't used to that. The name jewelry is way undertuned when you can get platinum jewelry for 2 gold at the vendor. Exactly. Yeah, it's way undertuned. I mean, I'm still wearing full platinum jewelry. There's just nothing better. Well, I am wearing the Band of Cinder. So this is better, right? But this comes off of a raid boss. But in all honesty, like, how about an item that drops that's like 4 AC, 8 strength, 8 agility? You know, just like a couple more that drops. It doesn't need to be this much more. This is from a raid boss. This, but something between these two that drops off of like level 50 plus mobs. Like, I think that jewelry, crafted jewelry should be good, sure. Like, I don't think it should be terrible, but for how easy it is to get, it shouldn't be the best in the game, you know? That one giant named Spicy, yeah, Spicy Razik. Had to step away. Did you look at the Inquisitor post? Oh, not yet. We can look at that. Inquisitor. Which one is yours? Inquisitor refactor idea. Inquisitor class update. This one. The update reads great to me. I think a lot. The obvious issues of the class are recognized in the wording of the new class description. Really excited to see. Yeah, I think the wording on all these, on a lot of those class descriptions, it could be good or bad, and it could backfire. Those are all much older. I can't believe that this is still getting... People are still talking about this one. I posted this a long time ago. Get rid of that. When was this posted? This is back in January. About fighters. Us healers never get to loot. Well, I don't know. How I feel about that is speak up to your party. You know, if you're in a party with people and you want to be able to loot items, first of all, the coin is automatically split, so you're getting the coin, but you don't get to pick up the items that drop, and I get that. But speak up and say, hey, you know, I need some of those items, or, you know, can you share, etc. Healers need to be sitting down meditating. They need to maintain mana. I would love for them to put in rare to ultra rare mobs for Beastmasters to farm to tame. These pets have unique abilities, way stronger than the rest. Also, depending pet you have is more like a tank or DPS type or hybrid of both. Yeah, I would like to see stuff like that too, Bash. They got to be careful how they do that, because you can't really make pets more powerful than a player. So if they, let's say they put in the baseline of pets here, and then you have these ultra rare pets and they're up here, how far above a baseline pet should they be? And the players need to still be above that. Right? So they got to be very careful how they implement something like that. But I would love to see pets that have different abilities. I think they are planning to do that in the future. So the idea will be, what, depending on the type of pet that you choose, it'll have different abilities, which will have different uses. DPS, tank, whatever. And then you'll be able to take them to the stable as well and put them in the stable and pull out which pet you want for different uses. So I'm hoping that happens. Rare pets can lead to toxicity, trying to camp it. That too, but what they could do is make it, you know, the most animals in the game are randomly roaming animals. So like they could say, for spiders, for example, spiders here in Vale of Zintar, you have spiders all over the place, and there's these stealth spiders. Any one of them could respawn as a special spider, a rare special spider. And then that could give Beastmasters a pet that they could go after, but and make them just slightly better. They don't need to make them much better, but just a slight increase, or even just make them look different for cosmetic reasons. You know, that'd be another cool way to go with it. Cosmetic is better, yeah. Cosmetic could be really cool, but they could go with it several different ways. Could be for skills alone, maybe have different aura or different mobs. Maybe, yeah. Like, I don't know how they would do it. I think it'd be kind of neat, like if you got a wolf pet as a Beastmaster, the wolf pet has like a pack aura to it. So you get a bonus when you're fighting with your wolf. Like you both get a slight bonus to your hit chance. Like maybe +5 offense or something, right? When you have a wolf pet. Because you're pack mentality. The very first one, is that what it was? Go back and look at it. Ugh. Go along with the theme of anti-caster, hunter, silencer. I've been thinking about a concept that aligns perfectly with this identity while firmly separating. Hang on. I think Mom popped. That's cool until it's just a meta and everyone uses the same. It is, yeah. That's true. But yeah, little abilities like that I think they're fun. I like them. You know, having a gator that has a chomp ability, having a spider that's got a snare or poison ability. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's always going to be a meta. Always going to be a meta. Yeah, there's always going to be a meta. Always going to be a best option overall. Okay, so first let's take a look at the developer's review of all shared spells and their design philosophy to give each class its own distinct path. Specifically, we should talk about the shared spell Dispel Magic. At the time of writing this, all of the following classes receive this spell line. So Elementalist, Enchanter, Necromancer, and Wizard all at level 4, Cleric, Druid, Shaman at level 8, and Inquisitor at level 9. Oh man, that was painful. Giving everyone this spell feels counter to the unique design of the Inquisitor, as well as the thematic design of all other classes. All of those other classes are focused on creating or manifesting magic, whereas the Inquisitor is meant to be forcefully ripping the mana away from enemies. Well, I will say this. We can't just give this to Inquisitors. You need at least the healers to be able to have the ability to dispel or remove magical negatives on other players, because you're not always going to have access to an Inquisitor, but you should always have access to one of the 3 healers in a party. You're going to kind of want them. So, but I'm cool with them getting rid of it on these other classes, or maybe leaving it on the Enchanter, but getting rid of the other ones or something. I would like to suggest a new proposition for how this class could uniquely function. The core proposition, unique magic removal, and the gray mana bar. Gray mana. I propose that we actually remove Dispel Magic from all other classes. I know this might seem controversial at first glance. To balance it, we could consider giving other classes a self-only class version of the magic removal for their own personal survival, though that is not the main focus of this post and can be discussed later. Okay. Instead, the magic removal line becomes entirely unique to the Inquisitor, powered by a brand new class mechanic. Because the Inquisitor is meant to excel specifically against magic using monsters, they would utilize a spell line called Rip Magic or something similar thematically named. Cool. If a monster has a buff active, the Inquisitor casts Rip Magic to dispel it. However, doing so actively fills a secondary resource bar separate from their normal mana pool called Gray Mana. All right, so let me back up a little bit here. Again, I like where you're going with this. Dispel Magic, though, removes negative effects from an ally. And what you're referring to here is if a monster has a buff active, that would be a purge effect, which Inquisitors do have purge, and these other classes do not necessarily have purge. I think the Enchanter gets purge. Inquisitor gets purge, Shaman gets purge, and Wizard gets purge. And at one point, Archer had purge. So they're different. They're different things. So it might confuse people when they're reading this. I'm following your logic, but it might confuse people when they're reading this because Dispel Magic and Purge are separate abilities. They're very different abilities. But anyway, it's going to rip the magic to dispel it, and they gain gray mana. The term gray mana comes from a fantasy term referred to as non-elemental, non-class specific mana. It's just gray. Cool. Rules of gray mana. It does not automatically regenerate over time. It is only acquired through aggressive anti-caster action. It is spent to cast specialized, powerful Inquisitor spells, including unique group ability that can only be accessed through manipulating this stolen energy. Here are some examples of how I envision this to work in practice. Example 1 is buff stealing and manipulation. A hypothetical scenario for the sake of concept. You are fighting a Fellstone warrior that has a minor shielding buff cast upon it. by a nearby Fellstone Shaman. The Inquisitor casts Rip Magic on the warrior, strips the minor shielding buff off of the mob, and converts it into an equivalent gray mana for the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor then spends the gray mana to cast Transfer Magic, taking the stolen minor shielding effect and passing it directly onto their group's tank or onto themselves. So you're talking about like a spell steal type of thing and then putting it back on somebody else. It's a great idea. I don't know that they can do that in this without breaking a lot of things. Man, it is raining so hard and I want to go take a nap right now. Holy moly. This perfectly matches the theme of turning an enemy's caster utility against them. So yeah, I like the idea that you have here. It's a cool idea, a cool concept. Active resource drain and conversion. You are fighting a Fellstone Shaman who has standard mana pool. The Inquisitor casts Rip Mana on the Shaman. This ability burns a flat amount of the Shaman's mana, potentially dealing raw magical damage to the mob in the process, and converts it directly into the gray mana bar. Once generated, this gray mana can be utilized in different ways. It can be spent on specific gray mana spells. It can be used to trigger a temporary group buff that boosts the party's blue mana regeneration for a short time. Just an idea, not the core focus. It could be consumed to grant a 20% power boost to the Inquisitor's already existing standard blue mana spells. So yeah, I like this idea. Summary and potential gray mana spell ideas. I need to post a second. Okay. So summary, the goal here is to create a class that absolutely excels in it and unlocks highly unique dynamic gameplay when facing mana-using classes, which is exactly in line with what the developers want to achieve. When they aren't fighting casters, they still have their normal baseline spell kit and their heavy plate-wearing frontline fighter capabilities. It gives the Inquisitors a highly defined niche without making them useless in standard physical combat. What do you think? Would you active anti-caster? And then several gray mana spell ideas. Okay. Rip mana. We kind of went over that one. Feedback strike. Target is currently channeled. Violently erupts. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. I think it's a really solid idea. It would definitely need to be tweaked and stuff. But I like the idea of having Inquisitors be those anti-casters that steal buffs from their target, give them to themselves, give them to the other players in their party. They did talk about that a little bit, though, with like stealing spells or reflecting magic spells, those kind of things. They have talked about those in the past, and they don't want to do that because it could be too powerful. Because if you can steal a spell, but if they do it this way, what you're talking about with the gray mana bar, where you steal a spell and you gain mana from that, like a special utility mana, and then you can use that to cast your own buffs back onto a target, that would probably be an easier way of doing it, and it could work out really well. Yeah, I mean, the idea is sound. I like it. Getting the devs to do it, though, is going to be like pulling teeth, but you could try it. I think I predicted this gray mana system, though I didn't call it that. We predict everything, but they don't hear us. They don't. I will actually update the post based on the Purge magic feedback. Yeah, just make sure you're looking at it, because Purge magic, the Purge spell, takes away buffs, whereas Dispel magic takes away debuffs. I find it strange, as a druid in Glass Flats, I was able to charm an ancient basilisk, which conned blue to me at 46, and my spell charm level is level 47. I got the message saying can't be charmed. Uh-oh. That's not good. Has to be instant or too slow to matter? What has to be instant? You're talking about part of that that previous post I just read? I'm hoping they use it. I'm trying to find ways to get my pet back in zone. I often XP in. Some of the other ideas for spells are just giving it a little bit of depth. Yeah. I like the ideas. Sure. Yeah, the ideas are solid, for sure. I would have the gray mana slowly reduce the amount of normal mana the Inquisitor has. That's an idea, yeah, to kind of balance the power level there. Maybe the gray mana, maybe it like locks some of their blue mana into the gray mana, and then they can use that gray mana specifically. And if they don't use the gray mana, it just converts back to blue mana after a certain amount of time, just to keep the balance going. That could work. What Pantheon Dire Lord was supposed to be, a Pantheon abandoned. Pantheon Dire Lord was supposed to be, if Pantheon abandoned the anti-magic tank, they might as well do it. Yeah. Coming from very heavy EQ mindset. Yeah, I got you. The same necklace again. You should be able to see it. I was seeing it earlier today. Yeah. Oh, the links are? I just looted it. Let me look. Well, it's working for me. Oh, really? That's weird. Yeah. I don't know why it's doing that. Kaz, do you need enchants? I gave you some, I know. I mean, maybe they are. They're supposed to be increasing the difficulty a lot. I'm mad, by the way. My shield, you know that shield that I got the other day that was supposed to be the highest AC shield in the game? It's a kite shield, so now it's garbage. Yeah, the haste shield got buffed, so I do have the haste shield. It's higher AC and it's got the stat. There's no stats on it. It's just high AC with haste. Zero other stats. But I could always get like the mana or the health regen belt, for example. Put that on and then use the haste shield when I'm tanking. I could do stuff like that. But right now, I don't feel like shield is really that much better. To be honest, I'd rather have the threat from the dual wield currently. If everyone used colored mana, it would arguably be closer to Brad's idea for Pantheon than this new Pantheon. Yeah, Pantheon's just... I was trying to review an old video of yours about starting out with a tailor. Do you still think it's worth it for cloth casters to go into tailoring and find cloth to make their first set? Maybe... I mean, you could do that, but you would need to make decent gear with it. You would need enchanting. If you don't have somebody to enchant the cloth, then you're not going to be able to make actual statted gear, so it's not really worth it. You loving the wizard changes? I'm hating the wizard changes. They're terrible. Wizard changes. Wizard sounds fine to me. He just wishes it was even stronger. Which can all be fine-tuned later. I don't think it needs to be stronger. It's just the numbers are just off. The total damage that I'm doing with my wizard is about the same. So if I take like Greater Fireball and cast it and compare that to what I was getting before, I'm actually doing more damage now with the wizard at higher levels. So the damage is okay. It's the spells they're not upgrade properly. And that feels really bad. They also reduce the damage on the volley line. So all of your volley spells, they reduce the damage on those pretty significantly. But you're not really using those for damage. You're doing those to get the mark up and then using that to reclaim and for your spell haste and all those kind of things. So, yeah. Nothing wrong with doing more damage less efficiently. The level of inefficiency may need tune, though. Well, no, the problem, it's not, you're right. There's nothing wrong with having it be less efficient for more damage, kind of like what mana burn was in EverQuest, where you spend 100% of your mana and do 1 damage per point of mana. It was not mana efficient at all, but it would do the most amount of damage in a single cast. And there's something to be said there. But in this situation, the efficiency, the problem with it is as you level up, so you get a spell at whatever level. As you level up, the spell efficiency gets better because the spell damage goes up as you level, whereas the mana cost stays the same. The problem is when you get the new spell, the mana cost jumps up significantly and the damage does not. So now you're just less mana efficient again. So basically you get a spell and then the efficiency goes like this, and then you get a new spell and the efficiency comes back down, and then it's got to build back up again. So the efficiency does not continue to grow as you get higher level, but the damage goes up slightly. But the efficiency should also go up with it. Both of those things should be increasing, not just the damage. Does that make sense? What about damage to mana ratio? That's what we're talking about with the efficiency. That's what efficiency is. Yeah, the efficiency on the damage to mana ratio of the wizard feels off. You get a level 28 spell, and it's 100 mana for 200 damage. Then at level 29, it's 100 mana for 210 damage. And then at level 30, it's 100 mana for 220 damage. So the efficiency gets better. The damage to mana ratio gets better. Then all of a sudden, you hit level 40, and the mana cost shoots up a ton, like 200 mana, and then the damage only goes up slightly. So now the efficiency is completely gone. And then it just feels bad. It just feels really bad. So then you have to level up more until that efficiency is higher again to then be like, okay, now it's worth casting this spell again. It just doesn't do that innately when you get the spell. Archer should do more damage than wizard now since we have to Batman prep. Maybe. I mean, I think that the archer is going to have more sustained damage over time for like an XP group. And then the wizard's going to have more burst damage. So I don't necessarily think that the archer should do more or the wizard should do more. They're going to do damage differently, which I think is enough. But the issue previously was the efficiency of the wizard did not allow it to sustain damage through an XP group or in longer fights, and they've completely screwed that up with this update. EQ had draft lines of nukes, more mana for less damage but lower resist. They have that as well. That's a whole other line. And similar lines of trade-off. Yeah, so that's a whole other thing. Just let me play. They also have higher mana cost, lower resist, lower damage spells. That's another line. I'm talking about just a damaging line. One line of spells that goes up in efficiency and then down in efficiency when you get to the next tier. And then it goes back up and it looks like a zigzag like this. So like if I were to like paint, let's go into paint. So if I were to make like an efficiency graph, it would look like this. It would go up in efficiency, and then you hit a level to get a new spell, and it goes like this. And then it goes up in efficiency, and then like this, and then up in efficiency, and then this. So every single time you get the new spell, the efficiency plummets, and you have to level up. So like these are levels. This is level like, well, here, let me. This is level like 1 here, right? And then level 10, and then level 20, and then level 30, and then level 40, and then level 50, and then level 60. You see what I'm saying? So like as you get higher level, the efficiency drops until you get higher level again. And it shouldn't do that. That's just silly. Absolutely silly. Okay. I am not. No, but there's a problem. Chat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll deal with it. Are shamans benefiting from int now too? Shaman are benefiting from int, yes, but they're changing it to wisdom. So, yeah. They're changing it to wisdom. The mana situation you're describing sounds like every RPG you've ever played that uses mana. Well, it shouldn't do that. It shouldn't do that. The mana efficiency should go up. The damage should go up. It should just all go up. I think. Anyway, oh my god, there's giths everywhere. There's a gith over here too. Even in D&D, when you get a new spell line, you get 1 slot in preparation, and then as time goes on, you become more efficient by getting more slots. Yeah, but those spells are better. Those spells are just better in D&D, right? So, yeah. So the ones I'm describing, they're not better. They're less mana. No. D&D is different. It's different because those are slots. That's not mana efficiency. It's a different animal. It's a completely different animal. Like you can't compare those. You can't compare those. Yeah, exactly. D&D spells become better when you cast them at higher levels. They're just exponentially better. That's not the case in this situation. You can only cast. Yeah, it's not the same thing. It's different. They would fizzle more. That's a completely different thing as well, guys. It's a different animal altogether. Like I get where you're coming from, but I disagree. I think it's different. It's very, very different situation. Like I don't remember any classic MMO either that gets better. Like when you get higher level, you want to always use the higher level spell. Always. Like I've never played a game where I'm like, oh, I would use my lower level spell only. No, I wouldn't do that. I don't. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. Anyway, good discussion today. It's a lot of fun. It is 5 o'clock though. I'm going to go ahead and stop the stream there. I'm probably going to chill out for a little bit, watch some TV shows, figure out what we're going to do for dinner here in a little while. But yeah, appreciate you guys chatting with me today. It's been fun. I'll be back on here tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Maybe before. We'll see how it goes. and we'll be playing more of the Spellblade tomorrow. You know, and I don't know. We'll figure something out. Do more of something. He's level 4 root to max level on EQ. Always use level 29 snare. Yeah. And I mean, I get that, but that's not damage. Those are utilities, so they're a little different. But anyway, thank you all for being here. I do appreciate it, and hopefully I see you all next time. Take care, everybody. Bye.